Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police service lieutenant.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Beautiful, beautiful morning out there on the Wasatch Front. But I wouldn't know that because I'm in here with y'all. Oh my goodness. I have a story to explain why I'm still early, but why I was not as early as I thought I wanted to be. See, Mrs. R.A. and I, we realized that in a week or so we're going to be heading back to North Carolina, and we figured we need to get adjusted to the new time zone. Losing 2 hours or gaining 2 hours, which means losing 2 hours of sleep. And so we went to bed early-ish, and Miss R.A. was great. She was amazing. She woke up at 3:30 in the morning, ready to go, ready for the day, because 3:30 here is 5:30 there, and that's about a usual time for us to wake up back there. So all good there. Other than the fact that I rolled over and went back to bed, so I didn't do as hot on the time change shift efforts as Mrs. R.A. did. My apologies. All right, we have a couple things. First of all, Denise Feldman-Ersland, welcome. This live stream is the best. No, just kidding. Denise Feldman-Ersland, yo. First in chat today, Denise. Congratulations. That means that you, and you alone, are guilty of breaking the silence of chat. And as punishment, we're going to send you to internet ownership, and you are responsible for fixing everything IP-related worldwide just from now until we go live again, which shouldn't be too long. So... BG, welcome. I see it's been a minute since you caught me live in the morning. It's still morning, technically. Glad to see your face this morning. It's good to be here. You know what I won't miss when I leave this Airbnb? The shower that is a mister only. I mean, it is not possible to use up all the hot water in the hot water heater tank using the shower because ice water boils faster than this shower can spray water. It's just you just have to stand there and let the humidity from the shower accumulate on you, and that's how you know you're taking a shower. There's the actual spray, like water impacting the body, doesn't happen. I'm sure they're saving some money by using one of those nifty hoity-toity low flow shower heads combined with low shower pressure, but we thought it would be the hot tub. Well, that's reason number two. Good morning, Braxton Heaps. Good morning. How's your morning? Did you get my picture? I did. It looks fantastic. It looks amazing. Looks absolutely amazing. I will say this, and I say this in hope that it's not committing a crime. I am such a fan of high water pressure in the shower because I look at it this way. I'm all about conserving water, right? Slow the flow, save H2O, all those things. That's great. I like that. But to me, I think I save a lot more water if I can shower quickly because I can get wet, wash, and rinse off rapidly instead of having to stand there forever. Well, one shoulder is getting wet and the other shoulder is air drying because there's just not enough moisture to get both wet at the same time. I think I save more water by having a quick shower than by having a 45-minute shower waiting for the water to wet the rest of me. So back at our Airbnb, because we have an Airbnb, in case you didn't know, I might not have shared this with you. We have an Airbnb. Back at our Airbnb, we installed a shower and the shower head, and it's got the little nifty, all the different adjustments, so you can have you can get it to spray at you in like a heart pattern or a star, or it will do little waves. It does all sorts of, there's the fire hose setting. We installed it, turned it on, and I'm like, I'm not impressed with this. I was expecting more. We ran 3/4 inch lines to that. We should have plenty of water pressure. And because we have plenty of water pressure in our house, and it wasn't there. And I realized it was the faucet. It's this new faucet, the new shower head. And so after doing a little bit of Googling and a little bit of an analysis and examination of the shower head, I discovered that the only thing it needed to fix the problem was a little tune-up using a drill bit, which I did. And now we have what we call scouring velocity water, which means no soap needed. It will blast any germs and dirt off you if you so choose. If you choose that setting, it's just it moves. It moves water. The downside is here's a lawsuit, says Cachette. The downside is that you can go through a 60-gallon hot water tank pretty quick if you so choose. Anyway, so I think there's probably, it's like a Niagara shower. You guys are funny. I'm not putting the chat on the screen. Sorry, I need to do that. Niagara shower. Yes, there's a lawsuit, says Cachette. Agree on the shower. Water pressure is really bad. Yes, you need to remove the inhibitor. The inhibitor, they're built in. They're not like, oh, pull this plug. No. It's like you drill this out. And I used I found it's got like imagine like a little tiny shot glass made out of plastic that is solid. And then on the side, there's a tiny little hole about the size of a pencil. And that's where the water like goes in and then comes out that little hole and then feeds the rest of the. I just drilled that thing right out. So it's like a straight shot all the way through. I used, I think it was it was bigger than 3/6. It might have been a 1/4 inch bit that I just boom. Wow, it's nice. It's nice. So I hope our Airbnb people, everybody, when they leave a review, is like, hey, the shower, spot on. Anyway, good morning. It is good to be here. Not only is it good to be here, thank you for the advice. Not only is it good to be here, it is...
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. We are halfway through the work week, which is great because yesterday I thought it was Monday. So we are moving right along. Yep, the kids are up now. Just now they got up. They were sleeping till then, but I think even the kids downstairs might have heard that. Good morning. We're halfway through the work week. We have just a lot. I got 2 thumbs up. No more adoption. Good, you're up. Good job, bud. I got 2 thumbs up. I full approval from the hump day critic in the family. Anyway, we are excited to be halfway through the work week. I want to talk to you just a little bit. Best one I've ever heard, says Christy G. I had a little warble in there. I thought it might break at one point. But before we do talk to you about some of the upcoming cases, especially one that I find particularly interesting out of Mississippi, we need to sing happy birthday, which is always terrible to do right after the hump day cheer. Because I gave it my all, and now you guys get what's left on the birthday song. So I'm going to need everybody to help me in a big way. So I'm counting on y'all to really step up the game here and sing with me happy birthday to Sharon, Keith, Jill, Katie, and Waylon, who was born yesterday. Happy birthday, Waylon. All celebrating their special day. Sounds good. If you would warm up with me. La 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 la. Blend your voice with those of your neighbors. Stand up. Project your voice to the back of the room. Sing out to your heart's content. Don't worry what everyone says. If your neighbors hear you, it's all right. They'll join in as well. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sharon, Keith, Jill, Katie, and Waylon. Happy birthday to you. Sharon, Keith, Jill B, Katie, and Waylon. Today is your special day. Waylon, yesterday was, but you get to celebrate today because we'll give you a pass in that you were busy yesterday. You were being born yesterday. You had other things on the schedule, but we'll celebrate today. Happy birthday. Help yourself to free pancakes, except for you, Waylon. I apologize. You need probably a liquid diet for the first little bit. But next year, maybe, pancakes, Village Inn, Denny's, IHOP. I can't put Waffle House on the list yet. I just can't. As try as I might, I just cannot do the Waffle House as an acceptable option. Oh no, Ivy's dad. Happy birthday to Ivy's dad. I don't know the name. What is the name to Ivy's dad? Akim. Is it Akim? I think it's Akim. We're going to sing happy birthday to Akim. Here we go. 86 today. One more time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. 86, dear Akim. Happy birthday to you. Akim, congratulations. 86 is a wonderful year to celebrate. That is amazing. Amazing. Also free pancakes. And, you know, at that age you could probably get like a free burger if you wanted. I think you could just go and say, hey, 86, birthday, and they'll be like, hey, it's on the house. Don't worry, it's on the house. Happy birthday, Ivy, to your dad. Thank you very much. All right, we are going to wrap up the singing. There's the drum solo hint. Everyone get your drumsticks. Do the air drums for the big finish at the end of this verse. Here we go. Cameron's first day at pre-K. Tinez, that's awesome. Drum solo just for Cameron. There it goes. Beautiful, beautiful. Happy birthday. Thank you to all who are celebrating. Thanks for letting us celebrate with you. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with. We've chosen to celebrate here with us, and that privilege and pleasure is all ours. Thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoy it as well, though. Let's see. Lady Tammy, we are going to be looking at the bench jumper trial. It starts this afternoon out of Las Vegas. A jury was seated yesterday on that one. So we've got our eyes on that. We also have our eyes on some other stuff. First of all, I want to take you to what happened this morning before Judge Cedric took the bench. So we're going to talk about that. But first, I want to talk about Carly Gregg. Okay. Carly, this case is interesting. This is quite interesting. Sorry, I got the hiccups suddenly. I must really like this case. I get the hiccups because I'm excited about it. But this case is interesting. She is basically a 14-year-old girl who's accused of murder and attempted murder. The penalties for those are up to 2 life sentences, which I think the court can sentence her if she's found guilty. The court can sentence her to up to 96 years in jail. She was offered a plea deal this last week, which she turned down of her own, her own thinking. She looked at it and was like, nah, I'll chance it with a jury. They offered her 40 years, a 40-year sentence. She'd get out when she's 54, 55. She says, no, thanks. I'll chance it with 12 of my peers, although most of them will be much older than me. The facts of this case are chilling. But when you look at it, Rankin County, Mississippi, it's like right next door to one of the highest, area with the highest murder rate in the United States. Okay, murder is not new to them, but 14-year-olds committing murder against their parents, that is a little bit out of the norm. So she's going to go ahead and chance it with the jury, but she's also using the insanity defense. The insanity defense is basically saying, I did it. Okay, so it shifts the burden entirely, right? Because the state has to prove she did it, but she's saying, yeah, that was me. Mm-hmm. You got me, but at the same time, but I didn't know right from wrong when I did it. I didn't understand the impact of what I was doing and whether what I was doing was against the law or not, or good or bad. I did not know that at the time. Couple all that with some of the other information we already know about Carly. Carly is a smart kid. Carly skipped a grade in school because she was smart. Carly scored 30 on the ACT at the age of 14. Okay, a 30 on ACT will get you scholarships into many, many colleges. Okay, we're not talking like Harvard full ride, but at age 14, getting a 30 is, I mean, this will be evidence that will be presented by the prosecution against her when she says, yeah, I wasn't there. They're like, look, we know you're there. We just think it was very calculated. So her mom was, I think her name was Mrs. Smiley. Her mom was a high school teacher, and a very well-liked high school teacher. So this case is crazy. It starts September 15th in Mississippi. That's the day I get back from my workation. So that's gonna be good. So we're keeping an eye on that one as they move forward. We're gonna have some expert witnesses. They've got very little time, basically 2 weeks here, to get that expert witness up to speed and get her his or her testimony about her insanity and her mental state ready for testimony. So that's going to be interesting. They're saying it caused to medication change, new meds. Yes, she was on medication. She was on antidepressives, antidepressant medication, which if you go into Google, there is a lot of talk one way or the other about the possibility of the medication having adverse reactions like this, where there's somebody begins medication and treatment for like depression, and then on medication they seem to have maybe random acts that are not normal. So there's talk out there. I don't know how far we're going to go into that. I don't have enough information to talk about this particular medication she was on, if there's a lot of those occurrences or not. Case is scheduled to 16th, not the 15th. That's good because I got home on the 15th, I think. So, they say there's a fine line between genius and insanity. There's also a fine line between fun and felony, Catsy, which is something I tell people when I was selling lockpick sets. It's a lot of fun to pick locks you own, and then it can be a lot of time to pick locks you don't. So, all right. It all depends on the chemical reaction with the brain. Yeah, it's very rare. Side effects can be intense. My mama said laughing brings crying. If you laugh hard enough, it sure does. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to rewind. Hang on just one second. We're going to rewind. And we're going to watch Judge Simpson, or what happens in Judge Simpson's court before Judge Simpson gets there. I love Locksport. Locksport is amazing. I like to say that I worked for the federal government and they taught us Locksport. They had a class that they taught to, us IT people, where the first couple days of class they just brought in locks and lock picking, because the mentality and the skill set that's behind picking a lock and defeating those things applies for computers as well, securing computer systems. So it was there on federal property. They brought in all these practice locks and lock picks, and you got to try it. I will say, just for the record, those locks were crap. They've been used in so many demonstrations. They've been used and abused and like forced and jammed. They were crap. I've got good locks. I've got a bag of really, really good locks that I use for Locksport, which are in high quality. They're high quality. They're really good, and it will give you an actual. Hey, look at this. Who's this? Who do we have joining us here on the screen here? This is Michael. I think it's Michael Panaskanov. Michael is who we're here for this morning. I have no idea why, but why Michael's here, we'll find out eventually. But Michael is bored. Michael's bored, and we want to watch Michael this morning to see what he does this morning as he gets ready for court, as he waits for court. I don't think he knows we're watching him, though, just for the record. Out and About with Diane says, happy 1 year to me. It's been a wild ride. Congratulations, 12 months, Diane. That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you. There will be a lot of medical experts at the trial. There will. Guess what else? Hey, the trial that starts today out of Las Vegas has a similar defense, the insanity defense they're using for the bench jumper, for the attempted murder charge. or 9 of them or something. It's crazy. I have never been to DEF CON, although I imagine there's a lot of lock sport that goes on there. Michael's already bored. He's frowning, making faces. He's doing the Mr. Tell Us pose, which means he might have a story to tell us. Let's see. Carly inviting the friend over to see the body kind of seems skews a bit for me. I'll have to listen to the experts. Yeah, that's different. Here's the body. Here's how I did it. Yeah. Here's the thing. There's a video. There's a camera running in the kitchen. It doesn't catch the actual murder because that happened in the bedroom, but it records the audio. And you see Carly walking back to the bedroom, something behind her back. You know, and you hear the shot and the scream, 2 more shots. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. I rewatched the clip of the judge jumper. Just wow. Yes. That judge jumper, whose trial begins today, Mr. Redden, the judge was remarkably pretty much okay. She got some hair pulled out. She was bruised and banged up. One of the bailiffs really took the brunt end of that and ended up in the hospital. So that's not good at all. Let's see. Sienna's Baca says, Baca of 2 girls, 1 boy now, and plus 1 boy, all under 4 years old. Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. What a great age. Thank you very much. And for 19 months as well. Congratulations. The bailiff that was hurt in the judge jumper case just came back to work last week. He's going to testify, I'm sure. They'll bring him in. What's her name? You want to look up the case. Alex, the name of the Mississippi case, the 14-year-old, Carly, that's spelled with a C, C-A-R-L-Y, Gregg, G-R-E-G-G. Carly Gregg. So September 15th, 16th start time. So and there might be some jury selection at the beginning of that too. So it might be a day or 2 later before actual testimony and opening statements begin. Braxton, thank you. I saw some gifted memberships in there. I didn't mean to miss those. Braxton, thank you for the gifted memberships. Appreciate your generosity. They were probably all master locks. Okay, master locks. No. I have master locks. I like to make fun of them. I've actually got a TikTok video where I make fun of a master lock, where I literally just open it by just putting the pick into the lock and it falls open. And it's a real lock. I kid you not. It's like a 1 second pick. And it's the heavy duty industrial, if you go to Home Depot and you buy the strongest, biggest, beefiest master lock they sell, because they sell master locks, that's the one. And you just slide the key, the pick in, and it will pop open. You can open it without even a tension wrench. They're just amazing. Amazingly bad. I have a box of keys, very old and very new. I collect keys. I found one just the other day, metal detecting. Guess what else I saw yesterday? I was looking out the window, this window right here, and I saw a metal detectorist out in the field, stealing all my goodies. They looked like they were having fun though. They had the MindLab Equinox 900. I zoomed in so I could see what model of metal detector they were using, and they were doing it properly, so I didn't hassle them. Let's see. Does Mikhail make an egg Sammy like Rosebud? No, he's already... You can see he's not happy about waiting. Look at the face. He's doing the frustrated face. Mikhail, well, you sit there, because it might be a little bit. It might be a few minutes while we wait for Judge Cedric Simpson. How about you, think of ways you can be productive. Okay. He was not a fan of that, apparently. Didn't mean to insult him. Oh, you're back. Hey. Thanks. Didn't mean to insult you there, Michael. It was a joke. Yeah, I'm glad. Funny. We laughed. It was all good. It was all... You keep doing it.
Hello, Michelle. I see you.
He's chatting up Michelle. Guess what? Michelle's in jail and she does not have the mute button. He's flirting with the inmates. Oh my goodness. Hey Michelle. Hello to all my peeps in jail. I may be joining you soon, depending on what the judge says. Let's see. Metal detecting is good. I also like to watch magnet fishing. I like to watch magnet fishing. I like to do magnet fishing, but I don't like two things. I don't like pulling the nasty, grimy stuff off the magnet. I don't like trying to get the magnet off the bridge when I inevitably hook it. Hooking the bridge is bad because then that's when you have to bring the winch out and you find out, yeah, it is actually a 1,200-pound magnet and it takes that much force to pull the thing off. Michael, little shy that Michelle did not return his. I don't know. It might have been an amorous little welcome. Michelle looking at the door. She's like, I'm trapped here. My boyfriend may be watching, says Michelle, and now I'm getting flirted with by Michael. Look at that old AV equipment. Oh, that is a tube television. Tube television, actually a very dangerous piece of equipment if you ever break the backside. That has a cathode ray tube, I believe, in it. And, welcome back, Michael. You got to try something different. Michelle was not impressed with your just, hello, I see you. You got to show her. You got to show her how cool you are. So be thinking on this a little bit, Michael. Yeah, put some thought in it. I'm sure you come up with something. They'll come up with something. Anyway, the cathode ray tube has a capacitor on the back end, which can store electricity after the power is turned off, and it's enough power to give you a zap, your final zap. It's very, very dangerous. Mikkel, welcoming. Oh, what do you have there? Cereal? Thank you. My wife brought me some breakfast cereal in the form of chocolate-covered... Oh, yogurt covered. It's healthy. Yogurt covered pretzels. Just not cereal though. Oh, Mikkel has the dog. He's showing the dog. It's always good. Yes, guys, take the dog to the park. It impresses the ladies. They like the dog. They'll start talking about the dog. Then you can say, hey, where are you from? Do you come here a lot? Do you have a dog? Maybe we could walk it together. What are you doing this Friday? Mikkel's got it. He's got his game on. Still thinking. That did not work because Michelle is not impressed. She's more interested in the bailiff and the inmates behind saying, hey, go get the bailiff. Go get the bailiff. I will tell you that my wife introduced herself to me before I introduced myself to my wife. Oh, show off your prized possessions. An owl. Mikkel, this is awesome. Look what I'm interested in. I have a crystal owl. Do you have a crystal owl? Oh, you don't have anything because you're in jail. That's right. Now, that might be a bailiff down there. She has sunglasses. I think it's a bailiff. What else can you show off? Mikkel is like, hey, go bring me something cool to impress Michelle. This is the cheapest version of Tinder you're ever going to see. Zoom waiting for Judge Cedric Simpson. So her the dog. See, so the hello didn't work. The dog, she wasn't impressed. I don't think she saw the dog. She was looking away. The owl made her smile. She's looking now. Friend's like, yeah, I think you got a chance. I think you can do it. Look, I got my friends here. I'm cool. I have friends. Do you want to say hi to Michelle too? Uh-oh. Competition just arrived. Measuring up the competition. Shh. Hang on. Let's see. This competition clearly is in jail. That gives you a definite advantage, Michael. Your friend's like, have you swiped right? And then Michael's trying to explain, this isn't Tinder. He's not, I wasn't matched to him. I was matched to Michelle, is what he's trying to say. I don't know where Billy came from. Billy's just here. And we don't know why. We thought it was private because it says private on the screen. All right. Now what? Michael, unfortunately, you can't see this, appears to be using the chat function, which is not working properly. Looks like he's only chatting with the judge. That's no good. Plus, Michelle is intentionally giving him the cold shoulder. Look at this. Check it on him. Yep. Giving him the cold shoulder. Look away immediately. Maybe sometimes girls do this when they are interested, but they want you to pursue a little bit. So, yeah, I think Michael says, yeah, I think she checked on me. That means she's interested, right? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. I think I got a chance. With this one. Mm-hmm. Oh, no. We have a chaperone. Ella Abbott, and she speaks my language. She's Russian. You can tell from the curtains. She's Russian. There, boom, Russian interpreter. There you go. Plus the Russian, picture, the doll in the back, So now we have problems. We have competition in the form of Billy. We have a chaperone who's here trying to keep everything, copacetic. Chaperone just letting you know I can hear and talk. Don't make me step in here with my mom voice. She's giving me the eye. That's the eye I'm planning on giving to anyone who wants to date my daughter. So everyone's behaving so far. Michael says, dang, what do I do now?
Да. Алла, здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Вы меня слышите, я так понимаю?
Я слышу, да.
Отлично. Судя по вашей иконке, вы переводчик.
Да, я переводчик.
Мне по-русски говорить или что мне...
Вы Михаил?
Да. My name is Michael Panasенko.
Michael.
My name is Michael. He says, how do you feel about dating between
что буду
inmates?
говорить, то мы будем переводить, вы будете отвечать.
Окей, спасибо.
She's like, well, it's okay if you're both adults. So Michael's like, all right, she's good with it. I just need to impress Michelle enough to get the date. Michelle's the one in the top right corner, he says. Just trying to read lips here. Maybe the judge could perform a ceremony. I mean, if they hit things off right, this could be like a viral moment for the judge, like met in the courtroom type situation. Michelle is still looking for the exit. Michael doesn't pick up on those clues. Billy wishes the ratio of eligible women to men was a little more fair. The Russian interpreter realizes that this was destiny. It was meant to be, so she's not going to stand in the way as chaperone. Let things happen. Sentencing and a wedding on the same docket. I can't wait for the next guy to join the call. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? So all this happens before Judge Cedric comes into court this morning. Michael, you've still got a chance. I mean, once the judge comes in, you've got to... Oh, no. Wing tech's here. Michael immediately sizes him up.
Hello?
Michael says hi.
Yes.
My name's Anthony Habecker. I have a court case this morning with Elias Muad.
Michael's like, we all do, bud. That's why we're here. Anthony is not Wing Tech. Wing Tech is not Anthony. Russian interpreter's like, I'm not here for you. I don't give free advice in English to people. I'm here for Russian to English, English to Russian, and one thing only. Michael's not going to help him either. I think that if he helps him out, it might give him more of a chance with Michelle, which he doesn't have. Billy's outnumbered and blocked by me. So you can see how he feels about the situation. Michael, check this out. You're really the only eligible one. You've got the availability. You got the looks. You've got foreign language skills. All these things impress women. Michael's like, I've tried everything. I don't know what to do. Well, I could do... Hey, that is a good idea. He's talking it over with his friend. It's like, I've used all my best one-liners. I showed her the dog. I showed her the owl. And she's still just... Nothing. The interpreter is not frustrated. She's doing the math right now because she's getting paid by the hour.
Excuse me. Hello?
Now what?
Yeah, I unmuted it. I unmuted it though.
Nobody wants to help.
Hello?
Michael's like,
Hi, how you doing?
yeah. Anthony's like, I didn't want to talk to you.
I believe this is another defendant who's in there.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes. They go in a line, so sometimes you're not first.
And this is Anthony's first time. It's like, if no one else is going, I would like to go first, please.
So fat. This thing.
My face looks so fat. Camera adds a few pounds.
Oh, that's why I gotta hold the thing upwards, because when you do this number, that sure doesn't.
Oh yeah, no.
That's never a good look.
Yeah, Anthony, I'm with you on that one. Get the good angle. I would do it up higher, and the girls these days, they also just show one eye. They just show the one eye, and that's like your good eye. So you might want to give that a try. Michelle might be impressed if you do that. Ooh, ceiling. Michael, you've got to step up your game. Anthony is already, yeah, what do you do? What do you do to match that? What do you do? He's like, look, the camera's fixed. I can't move it. He's moving his camera. I'm losing here. Bring me something, he says he said in Russian. He said, bring me something. I can't lose this one. After Anthony went to all that trouble to say, oh, he's doing the one eye. He's doing the one eye view. Looks great. All the teenage kids who use social media would be impressed, Mr. Anthony. No dew this morning. Nope. I just had a good night's sleep. So, and some chocolate-covered pretzels. I think yogurt-covered pretzels. WingTech found the one eye. This is like, I kid you not. Spend some time on like TikTok Live or something, and you'll see that what WingTech is doing is cutting edge when it comes to the live streaming. You're taking my yogurt pretzels. Okay. All right. Inmate walking around behind Billy. Billy's still resigned to the fact that he's losing this battle, and now he's losing. Now he's in third place. WingTech appears to be pouring a drink. Michelle's expecting company who still has not arrived. Learning about Gen Z social media culture with Recovery Addict. Says Mike W. Interpreter has racked up another $10. She marks off on her paper. I think WingTech might be like either a company name or a position that this guy has. Russian interpreter has more chance. Oh, look at Michael. He's going with the workout. On camera workout. Show those sweaty pits. Got the big kettlebell, lifting it like it's nothing. Michelle is watching. It is working. It's working, Michael. It's working. Now try the one-liner. Nope, she's looking away. Billy was impressed. That was the whole workout, Michael? I mean, it does look cool that you're not like breathing heavily and panting still, but that was like three lifts on each arm and you were done. That's clearly not arms day. Don't even think their interpreter saw that. No, now he's tired. He's like, oh, that was the heavy ball. I'm not used to doing the heavy ball. Maybe start with the little 1 pound hand weights. Do you have anything else you could show? Maybe go back to show and tell. I think that was more effective because the owl got at least a smile. Ooh. Pretend you see ghosts. That's a strong move. Bold move, Michael. Bold move. Look around the room at all the people that nobody else can see. Couple faces. Still can't swipe right. That's broken. I can shrink myself so you guys can see the guy in the lower corner. Flying key size smaller in position. This is Billy, by the way. Billy's in the bottom right hand corner. I mean, I'm in the bottom right hand corner, but Billy is above me. A couple people are going by, looking in the window, want to see what they've heard about Michael's workout. They're trying to catch a glimpse through Michelle's window. Interpreter logging another 10 minutes on the time card. I could be in the private section. Look, if I wander all the way up, I have to tap all these buttons. I go right here, and then I go bigger. Oops, that's too big. Smaller. I went way too big. There we go. Now I'm in court. I'll have to move when the judge arrives, but I can do that. Billy's tired of this whole game. He knows he's got no chance. Michael's a little frustrated as well. He's done all his best moves. He even did his friend's advice with the kettlebell and nothing with Michelle. Michelle now doing the one eye shot. Yep, there it is. Half the face on the screen. She's got it nailed. Gen Z down. This is Judge Simpson's court this morning. This was live just moments before we went live. Mindful Crafts by Donna for one day only. Recovery Addict is on the docket. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. It's the court version of the Brady Bunch. I'm pleading guilty or not guilty. Here's what I do. I waive the preliminary. Also waive the reading of the charges because that's just embarrassing where everyone gets to hear what you're charged with, and I stand mute. Wingtech, is that like being a wingman? In this case, it is, John. In this case, it is. But now he tried the one eye on screen. Did not impress Michelle. Michelle's showing him how it's really done, doing just the half the face. Yeah. Paul Mack says, when have you ever stood mute? Okay, court's happening. I've got to move. Michael, you had your chance. You had your chance and you blew it.
Oh, got it. As ready as I'm going to be.
Melissa Filson, I'm here for the commentary and the popcorn. Thank you very much, Melissa, for 10 months of support. Now I need to know what Michael's here for. So we can't leave now until Michael gets his case called. Wing Tech, I'm not too excited about. Billy, that'll be interesting, but really, I'm here for Michael. Is it Mikhail? Mikhail or Michael? I think it's... Mindful Crafts by Donna. What did I call you? Donna, I apologize. He said his name was Michael. I thought it was. That's the Russian spelling of Michael. Oh, everyone's standing. Looks like the judge is going to be coming in just a moment to set everything straight and tell us who's who and what's what. Or what's what and how many, I think Sarah Boone would say. Good morning, Your Honor. How you doing? Court's now in session. The Honorable Judge Cedric presiding. I say Minecraft. Mindful Crafts. Minecrafts by Donna. Minecraft. Do you play Minecraft, Donna? Mindful Crafts by Donna. There we go. And now I do Mindful Crafts. Like the one in the picture. Squidward, welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome back. Had a interesting morning with the Zoom participants of trial. Cannot hear, Judge. We're still muted. Oh, there we go.
Marinez, can you...
Michelle gets to go first.
Michelle Marina.
Michael's like, wait, she goes before me?
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have discussed this matter with Ms. Lundy. Ms. Marinez has a pending felony with the circuit court. The trial for that is scheduled for September 11th. We are respectfully requesting a 2 to 3 week adjournment to see how that felony may resolve at the first pretrial.
So on September 11th, she has that?
Yes, sir.
That's the first pretrial?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why don't I do this then? I'm going to...
Michael's like, pending felony.
Gotcha. All right. I'll adjourn it to September 18th. Bless you.
I don't know why she gets sunglasses. She's clearly there in custody.
Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Court, let's call the case. The People versus Billy Pauley.
Billy gets to go as well. Billy, come back. Come back, Billy. Oh.
Does he have an attorney on?
I'm sorry. This is an arraignment.
It's an arraignment?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Mr. Pauley?
Yes, sir.
You're here for an arraignment on a charge of retail fraud, second degree.
Yes, sir.
The complaint alleges that on or about March 30th, 2022, at the location of 7000 East Michigan Avenue, that being the Walmart in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did commit the offense of retail fraud, second degree.
In front of the Walmart.
Do you understand the nature of that charge, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and $2,000 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased if 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $2,000, that would become the maximum fine. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. First question I have for you is, do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir, please.
That's the right answer. Right answer. This becomes a public defender case.
Under Natalie Tate, with contact Mr. Paul, we would waive any further readings, stand mute, and ask for a retrial date, please.
Oh, great. Actually, I think we're set for arraignment and pretrial today. Is that correct?
You get arraignment and pretrial the same day? That's quick.
Case of course.
Retail fraud. It could have been something like changing scanning the barcode for one thing and
wait for reading standing mute. Court will enter not guilty plea. Pre-trial in this matter will be adjourned to.
That's a speedy trial.
September 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates.
Do you want to address bond?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
My out day here in Jackson County is for the 17th at midnight. So
it's for the 17th of September?
Yes, sir. So I'll be out on the 18th, but I get released at midnight at the 17th.
Yeah, no, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. So I was just wondering,
that'd be a tight time schedule for you.
Yeah. If you
all right. Why don't we do October 2nd?
All right, that sounds good.
You're not going to forget about us, right?
No, sir. I sent a writ trying to get it taken care of. That's why I want to get it all handled.
All right.
So
September 2nd, 2024, 9 a.m. Let's see. His bond currently.
He doesn't have one. Because it's in there.
Do you want to address bond?
Well, the magistrate issued a warrant. You see it? $100 bond.
$100 bond. It's the lowest I've ever heard
Almost
of.
30 days out. I wanted him to get credit, but here's what I'm going to do, and let's hope we can follow this. I'm going to set your bond at $1,000, 10%. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So $100 will get you
However, it will be a PR. You said you get out on the 17th?
Yes, sir.
All right. So to become a PR bond.
Okay.
Effective September 17th, 2024. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it shouldn't hold you. If for whatever reason something happens where it looks like it's holding you, get to your public defender right away. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. And
I will order. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I got court on October. You said October?
October 2nd. Yes, sir.
Alrighty.
All right. Let me set your bond. Let me set the other conditions. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior, including any possession of weapons, no alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. I'll also indicate that you're not to enter any Walmart in the state of Michigan. Okay.
Yes, sir.
In front of the Walmart.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to go out of state to get your Walmart fix, unfortunately.
Court calls the case. People versus Diego. Is it Rondon Cardone?
Hey, it's Sam Bernstein.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein here for William Amadeo for Mr. Cardone, who I think just told us hello.
Yes.
You have a camera?
Mr. Cardone?
Hello.
Okay, yes, that's him. Okay.
And Your Honor, I'm told the parties had reached an agreement. Mr. Cardone was going to plea as charged with a sentence agreement to no upfront jail.
Judge reviewing that.
I don't usually agree to that until I can see the case. That's your agreement, not mine. So that we're clear.
So does the court doesn't do the sentence agreements?
I do not, because I know nothing about the case.
That's fair. Your Honor, in that event, my marching orders are to please set this for a final settlement conference.
Jury final settlement conference will be
Hey, Josh,
October 18th.
What's the charge in that one?
2024.
Josh? Is it drugs?
At 9 a.m. Jury selection, if necessary, October 21st, correct?
Correct.
2024 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day to you and your staff.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Josh, what's the charge in the pro se one?
Let's call the case of the people versus Clark. John Woolridge.
Mr. Wingtech is saying, talk to the hand.
Mr. Woolridge, who stands to my right. Mr. Woolridge, if you could state your name for the record, please.
John Thomas Woolridge.
Thank you, sir. Good seeing you, Mr. Hall.
You as well, Judge. We recently delivered a whole bunch of information that Mr. Woolridge has been putting together as far as license restoration work that's pertinent to negotiations in this case. We just got it to Solicitor Counsel yesterday. It's probably 50 pages. I understand if she would like some more time to look at it, but Mr. Woolridge,
she's probably already gone through it.
Mr. Woolridge likewise has also hired us to pursue the same. So I believe his effort is legitimate and genuine, but I defer to Sister Counsel.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, despite how I usually operate, I did not get a chance to look at that yesterday. I was in a hearing for quite some time. So I would request perhaps 3 or 4 weeks.
All right.
The issue is just getting the license restored. Things of that nature.
Good enough. All right.
I need somebody to go into Judge Cedric's court and find out what brand of microphones they use there. I cannot find that exact model.
They'll wait. No, I'm just kidding. If you let us know, well, it's at 9:30?
Yes, it is.
All right. We'll try to remember to.
Judge Brown's usually pretty quick out there. It is on his docket. If I could be here by 11, I think I could probably make it if I hustle.
All right. I'll tell you what to do. I'll make it for October 2nd, 2024 at 9, or as your invite indicates. If you could say 3 or 4 days before, just send a message to Ms. Weigling.
Sure.
That we'll try to work. We'll try to work with you. What'd you say?
Corporal Allen tells his buddies not to pull me over on the way up.
Oh, we're gonna get you stopped. It's just on principle. Okay.
Thank you, Braxton,
right,
for
thank you.
membership.
Sir, take care.
Appreciate that.
Court does call the case. People versus Anthony Haybecker.
Anthony, Wingtech, you're up.
People. Attorneys in too.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Graber standing in for Attorney Elias Ahmad.
All right.
I think Mr. Haybecker.
Is what?
Is Wingtech.
Okay, Mr. Haybecker, can you state your name, please? Okay, yeah, we thought that might be you. Can you you have to unmute first, sir.
I apologize. Anthony Haybecker.
All right, got it. Okay, what are we doing today?
Your Honor, can I have a brief breakout room with Mr.
With who?
With my client, Mr. Haybecker. I just need a moment to discuss a current offer.
I don't do breakout rooms, counsel.
Right.
Your Honor,
if you want time to give him a call, I'll pass it. But
okay, let's do that. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Court of practice, man. Court calls the case. People versus Brandon Padilla.
this guy don't even have my fucking phone number. You know what I mean? He's gonna have to call Donna.
Oh,
what?
Hold on a second, counsel.
Yes.
What
did he say?
P833336.
Thank you.
8336. Okay, got it. All right.
What did he say?
Your Honor, in regards to the agreement, we ask you waive the formal reading of charges.
Defendant every way formal reading, standing mute. The court will enter a not guilty plea.
Your Honor, we did have the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor. We are asking just for an adjournment for discovery at this time.
All right. Well, the 18th give you enough time, counsel?
September 18th?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll adjourn this matter to September 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. as your invite indicates. As to bond in this case, alleged BAC.
The alleged BAC for alcohol was 0.16. There were also 3 nanograms of active delta-like THC detected.
Okay.
There was a crash in the center as well.
Okay. We're gonna have to pause this.
Anything you want to say regarding bond, counsel?
Your Honor, regarding bond, Mr. Padilla does not have any criminal history. He has appeared here today. We are asking for a personal bond. I don't believe, based off my conversations with Mr. Padilla, that he would be able to appear in the future. At this time, I know this case is a couple of years old. It's my understanding it took a while for it to be charged. He was in communication with the court for over a year after this incident happened.
Anthony's giving us the bad view.
Never ended up receiving anything. So although the case is old and there was a warrant, he was diligent, at least attempting to try to come to court before the case was actually charged. Upon learning that there was a warrant out for his arrest, he immediately contacted the court, had the court recall the warrant. He did retain my office right after that. We have appeared here today, Your Honor. So I don't believe at this time he was a flight risk or anything of that nature, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, just for the record as well, the people requested no firearms condition. It's my understanding at the time of this incident, the defendant was a CPL holder. There was a loaded Glock firearm, I believe, located in the center console. The magazine was loaded, but there was not one in the chamber, but it was a loaded firearm. So I would also no firearms condition as well as any of the bond conditions before being sent.
Got it.
He had a concealed carry license. And had a concealed carry.
$15,000 personal recognizance bond. I will order standard conditions, including no assault behavior and no possession of any weapons and or firearms or anything fashioned to be a weapon. You understand that, sir? I'm also going to indicate no possession or consumption of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. Okay. I will also order that the defendant needs to report over to the Department of Community Corrections for placement on the Sober Link monitoring device. And needs to do that within 24 hours.
Ooh.
He might want to do that before he leaves his campus because they're right.
Drunk driving with the concealed carry. That's not
sign that order. All right. Thank you.
Okay, we have to cut from this just briefly because hang on. Because I had recorded that, and now I need to find the actual one to see where we're at, because the recording's about to cut off. Let's see. Dang it. I went and broke it. Okay, I found the right case that they just finished. Still have to see where Michael's at. So let's pick up where we were.
The defendant needs to report over to the Department of Community Corrections for placement on the Sober Link monitoring device. And needs to do that within 24 hours. He might want to do that before he leaves his campus because they're right.
So Anthony dropped the F-bomb and then
I've signed that
went
order.
on mute. It's still here.
All right. Thank you.
Virginia, trial starts this afternoon for Redden, the bench jumper. Las Vegas.
Let's call the case. People versus Chastity Newman.
Good morning, Brandy Churchwell. How are you doing?
Chastity Newman.
Brandy, I hear you have a case that's close to
Here's
you.
a previous warrant matter. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on that.
If you guys have not listened to Brandy Churchwell's podcast, you haven't heard a true crime podcast yet. I'm just putting that out there.
Because the previous warrant will issue
She's
immediately.
good. She's good. And if you hurry and listen now, you can say, I listened before she was really,
Let's
really,
call the
really,
case.
really famous.
People versus Kayla Wallen.
People.
Here, Wallen. No response. Bench warrant will issue for defendants. Hold on.
We're just here for Michael. Michael or Mikhail, who was thwarted in love this morning.
I'm going to
before Judge Simpson
came out.
He tried and tried to get Michelle's attention.
The address that's on the case file. There's a certain address in Clinton, Michigan that's on the case file. The magistrate noted in April to send to a different address. But, well, and then we have a different address that she sent a plea by mail in.
All these addresses.
In July. So I'm not convinced that she got notice of the hearing. So I'm going to indicate C, plea by mail. For her new address. Send a notice to.
The jumper trial starts in Las Vegas, I believe.
And then I'll adjourn this matter to September 18th, 2024, 9 a.m.
It's an afternoon start.
Our next case requires our Russian interpreter.
You may.
Good morning, Madam Interpreter. Can you please unmute and raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Russian and from Russian into...
Yes, I swear. Yes, I swear.
I swear, and I'm sorry for the phone.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Доброе утро.
Court does call the case of the people versus Mikhail Pasanov.
Суд вызывает дело Михаила Панасенкова.
Doing the boot scooting boogie, crossing over to the other side here. Let's set that as B.
Madam Interpreter, could you indicate Ashley Landy for the people?
Прокурор Эшли Ланди.
Mikhail wishes that Michelle was here to see this.
So, defendant. Mr. Bruce, can you state your name, please?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Porosenko.
Oh, you talked over each other. Okay. Go ahead again, sir.
Oh, sorry. Ronald Bruce on behalf of Mr. Porosenko.
Господин Брус, Рональд Брус, от имени Михаила Панасенкова.
There are three cases. As to the arraignment on these cases, you waive formal reading, stand mute, counsel.
Yes, Judge.
Таким образом, есть три файла в этом деле, и каким образом вы будете поступать с обвинением? Подзащитный не будет ничего говорить.
Yes, Judge. My client waive reading, stand mute.
Да, мой клиент отклоняет прочтение, формальное прочтение обвинения.
And then having waived formal reading, standing mute, the court will enter a not guilty plea.
Таким образом, проконтролируется, что отклоняется формальное прочтение обвинения, и подзащитный ничего молчит при этом и считается невиновным.
And counsel, did you wish me to adjourn the pretrial?
Каким образом, адвокат, вы хотите, чтобы я перенес заседание предварительного слушания по этому делу?
Yes, Judge, if you could come back on the 18th, I think we'd have a resolution.
Да, но у нас есть решение по этому вопросу.
Pretrial in these matters will be adjourned to September 18th, 2024. 9 a.m.
We might catch that one.
Defendant's bond in each of these cases will be set at a $5,000 personal recognizance bond.
Таким образом, дело откладывается до 17 сентября, и залог в размере 5000, как персональный залог, под обещание вернуться в суд на заседание. 18 сентября, 9 утра.
The court will also order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior.
Таким образом, необходимо соблюдать все условия залога, чтобы не было никаких нарушений, правонарушений в течение того, как рассматривается дело.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
And thank you, Madam Interpreter. Appreciate your help.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Miguel's not impressed. He came this whole way
5,000 personal requirements
and didn't get a date either.
My recall, is that ready?
I have not been told it's ready yet. I do have the Wayne County Jail who just signed in.
Oh, this is Anthony, the recall.
Okay. That's the one to give. The court does call the case, People versus Mark Elkins.
McHale's over this.
Good morning, this is Public Court Debora here on behalf of Mr. Elkins.
Oh, I've got to be over here. Mr. Elkins.
Oh, got it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Elkins, can you state your name, please, sir?
Mark Allen Elkins.
Thank you.
I'm on the bailiff's phone right now.
Because Wayne County just moved to the new complex, I wasn't able to meet with him. They suspended professional visits. So I apologize, Mr. Elkins, to you. I will come and see you the next week or so, okay?
We're getting really close to him.
Mr. Elkins, do you have an out date there?
Yeah, 5th for tomorrow. I've been locked up.
Tomorrow?
I've been locked up for 90 days already.
Okay, so you think you're going to get out tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then what I'll do is I'll adjourn your case to September 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates. Make sure you contact your attorney. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, God bless.
Continue.
90 days feels like 90 years. All right.
Still no news from...
No, he hasn't been responding.
Anthony is the one who dropped the
He
bomb.
might be ready. Mr. Gregg has not been responding to chat.
Mr. Graber?
Roy.
Mr. Graber?
Noticing he forgot to shave this morning.
I know.
Yeah.
Name not on this
The
docket.
gentleman in the orange.
Yes, ma'am.
Might be our last in custody. They didn't label him, but I believe it's.
Okay.
Michael Russell.
What's your name?
Michael Russell, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Court does call the case, People versus Michael Russell.
He knows the judge. Hey, Mr. Simpson.
Good morning.
It's me, Michael.
Mr. Russell, you already did it. Mr. Russell, it believes he'll be getting out to Livingston County on the 10th of this month. He does want to get his license. He has started the process, so we'll be asking for an adjournment of this pre-trial so he can get out, get his license and resolve it.
Okay, I got you. What I'll do then is I'll adjourn this out to October 2nd, 2024, 9 a.m. Or as your invite indicates, then we can see where we are and proceed from there. All right?
Yes, sir. Have a great day, sir.
All right, you do the same.
Thank you.
He's like, my days are pretty much scripted for me, but I appreciate the good wishes.
Still no news from Grandma. All right.
Oh, there he is.
Did he?
Anthony's attorney is here.
What date did I adjourn these to?
Mr. Russell,
No, the 18th. Never mind.
Are you going to like Comic-Con type stuff? Or business?
Appreciate your help on that.
Anthony told us that this view was not the most flattering one that he should never use, but then he's given us that view every time he comes on camera since then. Donnie, what's your question?
Recall. Court does recall the case. People versus Anthony Haybeck.
Good morning, Judge. Jeffrey Graber standing in for attorney of record Elias Moad on behalf of Mr. Haybecker.
There's Mr. Haybecker. Got him. All right, what are we doing?
Yeah, so this is the date and time for the pretrial hearing, Your Honor. Unfortunately, there has been a breakdown in attorney-client communication and relationship. So at this time, we're just requesting the court push this date 2 weeks to allow us to file a motion to withdraw.
Got it.
Oh.
And Your Honor, for the record, there was an offer extended to the defendant to plead to an added count 2 disorderly for the dismissal of count 1. So I understand that I'll leave that offer on the table for some time, but that was extended to defense counsel.
All right.
That is my understanding of the offer, Judge.
Okay, that'll remain open for the moment. September 18th, 2024, 9 a.m.
I imagine,
Thank you, Judge.
Imagine he heard some of the words
Thank you.
we heard.
Thank you, Mr. Haybecker.
From Mr. Haybecker this morning. I think we're
Is
done.
it really?
We're done with the morning docket. Nice.
I hate being so efficient. All right. Court's going to stand in recess.
Oh, no, Lady Draconis. That sounds terrible. Glad you got to go to a couple conventions, though. Look at the sun. Sun is up. Way too bright. Got to put the sunglasses on the camera here. Oh, that's the blind glasses. Let's try about right there. Get me the mountains back. Oh, there they go. No, mountains are just going to be gone. It's like this bright outside, so I have to turn the shades way down. It's all the way down on the iris. Any further down and it just shuts completely. There we go. All right, so that was Judge Cedric Simpson this morning. Michael was a lot of fun to have with us. Fun fact, Anthony's still there. So, he's trying to figure out how to hang up. And probably has some choice words about not being able to as well. Lady Draconis do get feeling better. That's no fun. Glad you got to go to a couple conventions, though. Let's see. Y'all leaving to come home tomorrow? No, we're leaving to go to Idaho. I think it's Friday morning. I think it's a Thursday morning or Friday morning. We're leaving to go to Idaho. We've got the wedding. Then we're going to be up there for the weekend. Monday we'll be staying in Salt Lake again, just because we got a hotel there on accident and we couldn't cancel it. So we're staying in Salt Lake on Monday, and then we're deadheading across the country. Not deadheading. It's a 5-day trip on the way back. So. Donnie, you had a question for me, and I missed it. Where was it in chat? In the afternoons, something. We are waiting for court to start in Las Vegas. I don't see the question. I want to call you with a good idea.
Call from.
It's just an idea.
Well, you've got me intrigued, Donnie. What's the idea?
Well, it's basically if Weather Watch hits the lottery, moves on, does something else. Mm-hmm. I think that I would definitely be the best candidate. Oh, Jesus Christ, the mushrooms are kicking in. It's just the not relevant podcast because I am so not relevant. For anything.
I've got to tell you.
No. Listen, just mull it over with the wife and just the people in the chat. If anything happens, I'm just saying, just keep me on the top of the list.
If anything happens to Weather Watch, I'm coming at you. That's what happens.
All right.
Okay, thanks,
all right. So you know how we FaceTime on Saturdays and Sundays? Mm-hmm. We'll just keep me posted on it, and I think it'll just be good. I think the numbers will go up. I think the subscribers will go up. That's just my opinion.
That's
mull it over.
We need you to tone down the language a little bit. The cursey words we need to dial back.
Do I really curse though? I don't like. Well, Red Pen had mentioned something about God damn it, and I don't think that's a curse. No, I don't think that's a curse because you have no idea what I say.
We count that one.
So, okay, that's what I'm saying.
I've had to put like $4 in the swear jar for you already today. I'm just saying. So
yeah, you have no idea how much I have in my swear jar.
Donnie, thanks for the idea.
All right, listen, like I said, mull it over. I already took up too much time.
All right, thanks.
Yes.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye. We're gonna mull it over a bit. Mull it over. All right. Warning explicit language. This is going to be the name of the. We'd have to change it from not relevant to warning explicit language. But I can't get rid of Weather Watch. Weather Watch would sooner get rid of me than I get rid of Weather Watch. I think that's the way it goes. Donnie has a swear barrel, not a jar, says DMP Secondus. Where's Donnie from? New Jersey, Boston, or Brooklyn? I can't do those accents. I fake them terribly. Let's see. We had some. Sorry, Lady Tammy. We do remove all caps because it changes the dynamics of the conversation a little bit. That's all. Apologize. That's at my instruction, so please don't get on the mods. That's my fault if it was a problem. I tell them to do that. Let's see. I like his calls. He's funny. Donnie's a good guy. I like Donnie. Well, if one of you are not able to make it, Donnie can be the replacement. Yeah, it would be dynamically different. It would be quite dynamic, as a matter of fact. That'd be awesome. There's a court happening out of Florida right now that Judge Brantley Clark, Josh told us about this one. It is a pro se case. I'm trying to see where it's at here. I'm a little curious. Let's see if it'll play for me. It's a fentanyl possession. It seems that's all that Judge Brantley Clark does, is fentanyl. I think the defendant's in red. Is this him? Why are we all standing? Oh, we're waiting for the jury. Do they have a verdict already? Chris Wallace, thank you. Gifted a membership. That one went to Corey. There's our jury. Let's count them as they come in. This is something you can only do in Judge Brantley Clark's courtroom. And Judge McBurney. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and an alternate. That's the 7, all wearing their name tags.
All the jurors are back in their place. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frazier has made the decision to have Ms. McCarthy represent him at this time. Do not let his decision affect the way you view this evidence or decide the case.
Whoa. He was pro se. He fired his attorney yesterday.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
And now he's like, wait, I want an attorney back. Wait, this is not going well for me. This is funny. He was pro se. Literally, he was pro se for the first part of this trial this morning, for the first hour. This is not the jumper. This is a fentanyl possession out of Panhandle, Florida.
I believe that Mr. Frazier was asking you about the confidentiality of the confidential informant. Did you set up the meeting with Mr. Frazier and the confidential informant?
Are you asking if I'm the one that directed the CS to? No, that was between them two. The location was determined between them.
Okay, did the confidential informant tell you where he was going to do it first?
I'm sorry?
Did the confidential informant tell you where he was going to suggest the meeting place was?
I believe, to the best of my recollection, the CS had already planned this prior to. This was something that was already going to occur until we made contact with the CS. And then he told us about the potential meet that day. Okay.
And is it proper to set up a meeting place at the confidential informant's family's home?
Again, the conversation was the CS had made the arrangement with Mr. Frazier prior to, without our direction, to be in that location at the residence.
Okay. And the reason that he wasn't documented is because you just met with him that morning?
Correct.
Is that normal procedure?
Is that normal procedure to not document? Yes. Or again, unfortunately, that was not something that we intended to not document the CS. It just happened due to the time frame. It was about 3 hours until Mr. Frazier was about to arrive, and we set investigators in the area for the security of the CS.
Bail jumper
CS's
starts in about
residence.
5 hours. 5 hours. This was mid-witness. Mid-witness, the pro se defendant decides to get a lawyer because he does so terribly.
Ms. Kennedy, I want to start with that last point. I want to talk a little bit about confidential informants and confidential sources.
Yes, I want to back up and see
that a
some
little
of
bit more in
that.
depth.
I want to see some of this train wreck.
Is that somebody that is registered with your office and it provides information on an ongoing basis?
That's correct.
Sometimes you'll work operations and they'll provide information. Sometimes they'll do controlled buys for you.
Yes,
We're going to go to the beginning of this witness.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Trevor Lee.
Where are you employed?
The Bay County Sheriff's Office.
Wait.
How long have you been employed with the Bay County Sheriff's Office?
2021, I believe.
Trevor Lee,
So
you're going to
about-
have to wait for just a second. I want the other guy. I want red shirt up there. Wait. There's a break. Come on, show me. I'm trying to find where he's questioning. There we go, right here. All right. I want to see how this pro se defendant did on the questioning of this defendant, this witness.
Let me rephrase that question then. Do you remember on the day of deposition that that you admitted that you used
objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask this one then. Did you violate the sheriff policy 4322.04, the sheriff code that requires that a confidential form be documented before use?
On that date, the source was not documented.
So are you admitting to the jury that you broke protocol by using this confidential informant?
The source was used the same day that it was developed. It was not an intentional slight to not document the informant.
So you're telling the jury that you don't have to document a confidential informant before using him?
I don't believe that's what I said. I said it was not intentional to not document that source of information that we used the same day that it was developed.
So my question is, yes or no, do you supposed to document a confidential informant by the sheriff policy 4322.04 before using them?
That's correct, to use a confidential informant, but this was developed as a source of information.
A source of information. All right, let me keep going.
I get a copyright claim for every time I've played that video.
Also,
I expect one today if it's played in court.
I think Mr. Frank Sullivan had asked you about the two-way communication device, right?
Yes, sir.
And then on the two-way device, do you recall me saying anything or talking to any type of drug codes or anything that would implement drugs?
Without listening to the phone call directly saying yes, I cannot, but it was assumed based on the time when we were outside dealing with the phone call.
But I'm asking you, I want to know, did you, in that phone call, did you hear anything about me implementing any drugs or that I was bringing any drugs or anything illegal to initiate a crime?
I believe you, in the phone call again, without reviewing it, but best of my recollection, you advised that you'd be there at 3 o'clock with, I think 2 may have been the word that was used. Again, without reviewing the phone call, I can't exactly quote what you said.
I never said drugs on the phone, so it shouldn't count.
I would like to impeach him right there, please. Right ahead.
Go right ahead, please. Impeach.
Okay, can you? I want my attorney to play the call first. Okay.
What are you asking to do?
Because I want the jury to hear this phone call.
You want to introduce it?
Yes, I want to introduce it as evidence.
Checks, Your Honor. My case in chief.
So the jury can't hear the phone call?
this is the state's case. The evidence, you got to wait till your turn to introduce evidence.
Ma'am, sir?
You have to wait till your turn to introduce evidence.
Oh, I have to wait till I call him as a witness? Okay, great. Okay, well, let me ask you another question now. Okay, you admitted to the
Amber,
DA.
no, this is not. This is out of Florida.
You found out about me through the confidential informant, right?
Yes.
And what date was that, actually?
The same day of the operation.
Same day of the operation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would like to impeach him again also, Your Honor.
You don't have to ask me. You can just go through the impeachment process.
Okay. Well, do you remember making a sworn statement in my discovery?
Proper impeachment.
This time.
So I can't show where he lied.
Stop.
He's trying to impeach. He knows a little bit about the law. He's got some of the terminology, but the process, the rules of the court are such that it's not working in his favor. He has standby counsel. That's interesting. The lady behind him is his attorney. She's not at the bench because she's not representing him. He's representing himself. That's why he's doing the questioning directly, and he's struggling to do things properly. What is this reported? Oh, Appalachian High School in Georgia. Whoa. I know what that stands for. Active. Let me do a quick check on. Area, United States, Georgia, top scanners in Georgia. What county is that? Is it Goat Mike P? What county is that? AS stands for active shooter. Barrow County. I'm not seeing a Barrow County for police scanner. It's not something we can follow. Is there another county next to it? A big county that it might be partnered with? Like Carroll? Is it next to Carroll? Live feed from the school. Holy crap. I see let's do a quick check here. Massive police presence at school. This is in Atlanta.
Also, trouble. Have it ever been a time that before the informant, that you say that the informant that you ran across me, where you heard about me through the informant, have it ever been a time before that you said that you admitted that you talked to the informant about me before?
I don't think I understand the question.
What I'm trying to get at is, have you ever admitted that okay, like for example, that I learned about Mr. Frazier days and days before I talked to the informant?
I'm still not What do you mean? Can you ask it a different way? I'm really not understanding what you're saying.
Have you ever had a conversations with someone saying that you talked to the informant about me before July the 26th?
Have I ever talked to a source of information in regards to you? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. So have you ever talked to the informant before July the 26th concerning me?
No.
Okay. And I would like to impeach and I would like to use it as evidence.
Ask your question.
Yes.
I can't rule until you ask your questions.
No, I would just like to impeach. Okay. So have you ever made a statement a sworn statement that you talked to the CI and that you did surveillance on me 21 days prior to the affidavit?
I don't believe I said I'd done surveillance on you 21 days prior to the affidavit.
Well, so I want him to read this. I give this to officer.
You asked me to approach and ask him to read his prior statement?
Yes, can I approach it?
Yes, you may.
I'm asking the statement.
Yes, if you'll just show that to Mr. Sullivan.
I'll let you read this to the jury.
Mm-hmm.
This is sworn statement.
No, Mr. And I think I heard you ask him to read it to the jury.
I would object to improper.
I'll sustain the objection. You ask him to read it to himself, and you can ask him questions about it.
Okay.
This is a pro se. He's got standby counsel.
Sir, if you'll just let us know when you're finished reading that statement.
Okay.
So do you admit that on that statement and what you're saying now are two different statements?
That affidavit that you provided me was a forfeiture affidavit, which was days after your arrest for a quantity of currency that was found in your apartment. So that was, but yes, that's what that says.
Well, back up. You said that was about the arrest in my apartment.
That affidavit that you just presented me is a forfeiture affidavit for money.
Hold up, back up. I would like to impeach him again. I would like him to read.
You don't have to ask me. You just ask your questions. If there's an objection, we'll deal with it.
Okay. You said this about my apartment, but you said right here that you was I can't read it, right?
Nope.
You can question him about it.
Yes. But I can't read it.
Well, you can just ask your questions. If there's an objection, we'll deal with it, okay?
Okay. You said in the statement, okay.
Improper impeachment.
Okay. All right. On this paper, did you say that you had
objection and proper impeachment?
Prior to the date,
Man, wouldn't it be good to have legal knowledge like an attorney?
You said it was dealing with going into my apartment, right? But
he's trying to put the pieces together in his head. Nope.
You admitted that you got that information from a confidential informant. Am I correct?
The use of the term within the past 21 days is discussing probable cause, which we have 21 days. That probable cause is valid to use information or an arrest or an affidavit.
Okay, but you in this statement, you said that I would like to elaborate that.
Objection and proper impeachment.
So you said, so in 21 days, how can you put on the statement that you talked to a confidential source and a confidential source told you 21 days before that I was transporting drugs?
I believe the term is within the past 21 days. I don't believe it says specifically 21 days prior. I believe it says within 21 days.
So, okay, but you said it said within 21 days, but You just admitted that, didn't you say, admit that you ran across me July the 26th, the same day you got me, right?
Correct.
So how is that 21 days?
I believe it would be within 21 days. I think today is within 21 days of 21 days ago.
I think he has a point.
So, okay, another question. Have you ever seen where a warrant was taken out on someone for a lawful use of a two-way device?
A warrant?
Like, have you ever, like, before, like you said, you knew who I was before I got there, right?
Yes, sir.
So have you ever seen in a case where if you know somebody, if you know who that person is, and they have committed unlawful use of a two-way device, have you ever seen a case where you all go ahead and take out a warrant on that person before they arrive?
I don't recall taking out a warrant before they arrived.
Okay.
I believe you also had a suspended Florida driver's license as well.
Okay. So, did you have on any body cam?
I did not.
Was it anyone out
fentanyl
there
possession
who had on body cam?
I don't
pro
believe
se
so.
defendant.
Okay, Your Honor, I would like to also place that in evidence also.
Sure.
I would like to put this in evidence.
What do you actually put in that?
The pictures to prove about the body cam.
I object to the timing. You know, if he wants to place anything he wants in evidence during his case in chief, that's his prerogative, but it's not the proper time for him to enter evidence.
I'll sustain the objection.
So did anybody have on any body cam out there?
I don't recall.
So is it sheriff protocol that you all wear body cam?
I believe at the time it was not any kind of policy or procedure for investigations to wear body cam.
So in 2021, they didn't update a policy and procedure. It's 2250.02. Body camera must be worn by Bay County Sheriff officers.
That is probably the policy. I have to review it. I don't have the policy in front of me to know it, but at the time, investigators were not issued body cameras to the best of my recollection at that time.
So what you mean they didn't issue by you saying that y'all never had them or y'all don't have them?
Investigations was not issued body cameras. Not saying that deputies on the road were not issued body cameras. I believe we were not at the time.
Oh, okay. So can you explain the situation where you have to wear them?
Again, I cannot quote verbatim policy, but at the time, investigations were not required to wear body cameras during operations.
Okay, then.
I see
where
how
was
this
the
is
meetup
going.
location then?
Objection, Your Honor. Goes to the identity of confidential informant. The officers testified that it was at his house.
They approach. I was going to jump to Judge Boyd really quickly, but she shut off her stream. No. We're hearing some updates that there was somebody that was injured, at least at that Georgia school, and that they're evacuating everything. It seems the situation is over, other than the mayhem. But oh no, the shooter is eliminated himself and 4 others. That's in Winder. Is that what the same one we're talking about? Winder, Georgia. So it's Tomato Troy. Oh my goodness. It's terrible. School just barely started. This is frustrating. These types of events are terrible to begin with. One is too many. The fact that that there are multiple a year is terrible. Winder County. or Winder, Georgia, in Barrow County. Oh my goodness!
Again,
thanks for the update.
What was the meetup location?
We're ready to go before you ask your questions, okay?
Okay, I apologize. Ready? Okay. Again, where was the meetup location?
The location you arrived at.
Where? Like
in Bay County.
I know it was in Bay County, but like, was it a public place? Was it at someone's residence or church?
You were observed arriving at the meet location at a residence. Yes, sir.
Okay. So by y'all doing that, did you violate the confidentiality law of the confidential informant and the racial law by putting the informant and his family at risk?
I'd have to review the Rachel's law, but I believe you stayed there for just a second and left. And also I believe the confidential source was not at the residence when you arrived.
Excuse me?
The source was not at the home when you arrived.
Hold up. I didn't say nothing about the source was not at home when I...
Right. I know you're asking me if we put them in danger. I was just letting you know.
I know that, but I'm talking about his family, his mother, his kids. I'm asking you a question. Did you violate the confidentiality law by setting up a sting where a confidential form is supposed to be disclosed where people do not know who they are, right? Am I right?
I'd have to review what law you're referring to.
Okay. You just admitted to the court that you have been dealing in narcotics for a minute now, right?
Correct.
So if you've been dealing in narcotics for a minute, you should know about confidential informant. This is not your first go round. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if this is not your first go round, you should know that you should not set someone up or attempt to set someone up at their residence. Stand. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you again. Did you violate the confidentiality law by setting someone up?
Objection, asked and answered.
Stand. Ask your next question.
Okay.
Let me tell you how you do your job. He's upset because it put the confidential informant at risk because now people know that it was a confidential informant. He's not upset saying it wasn't me or I didn't do that.
You said you identified me, right? Through a database.
Yes, sir.
So in that database, did I have dreads?
They were shorter than they are now, but your facial features were the same.
Okay, in that database, right? They are. That's saying about my old Florida license picture, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Okay.
What?
I would like to impeach him on that, Your Honor, because
you don't have
can I approach you there? I want to say something too. Can we approach the bench? Because this is just.
Well, the approach, Greeners sent me a little update about Sarah Boone. This is from the jail recording of her activities. The officer says on 8:26 hours, I forget the time, 8:26, I heard loud yelling from the hallways. Upon further investigating, I realized it was coming from the briefing room. The briefing room was occupied by inmate Sarah Boone and Owens James. That's her attorney. I entered the room and informed inmate Boone and Owens that they are causing a disturbance. Owens informed me that everything was good, that they had a little disagreement. Inmate Boone interviewed meeting room. I spoke to her about retrieving a grievance form. Inmate Boone informed me that she did not need a grievance form. Apparently, Sarah Boone and her new lawyer are not hitting it off as well as the new lawyer thought they might. This is the new lawyer. This is Owens who replied to the advertisement. That was it was dated 8/26, so that would have been 8/26. Is that after the last hearing? It was before the last hearing. Honeymoon is over, says Shaky Ground. He'll be fired by Friday. She can't. She cannot fire him. She is in a world of hurt if she gets rid of him. This is her retained attorney. I am shooketh, says Misbehaving. I am shooketh that Sarah Boone is causing a ruckus. This trial we're watching right here with Judge Brantley Clark is a jury trial. They have 6. It's a jury of 6. This is a fentanyl possession charge. The interesting thing about this case is that the defendant, who was doing the questioning as a pro se defendant, fired his lawyer. Let's see. Yesterday. Fired her yesterday, but still has her on standby, wants to be pro se with a standby. So he's going about it like this. This happened just minutes ago. We found out that in the middle of this testimony, the pro se defendant decided he would like to be represented again because he cannot get these questions out. So we're gonna jump ahead because we saw some of that question, and I think we're done with that witness. Let's jump to live and see where we're at.
The balance to 0, and then I put the substance onto the balance and record the weight.
And this
is one of the testing people who tested the drugs.
Exhibit, there's a plastic baggie, and then there's a red baggie as well.
Yes.
And that's how the substance was packaged when it came to you.
Yes.
When you weighed the substance, did you weigh it inside of those packaging or just the substance itself?
Just the substance itself.
And were you able to determine the weight of the fentanyl in this case?
Yes.
What was the weight of the fentanyl in this case?
Weight is 28.355 grams.
28.355 grams
this
of
particular
fentanyl?
Exhibit, was that the only exhibit that was submitted to you from the Bay County Sheriff's Office for analysis?
There was another item that was submitted also.
Approach, Your Honor. May I approach? I'm showing you what's been admitted in evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Was this also submitted to you for analysis?
Yes.
Did you ultimately conduct an analysis on that particular exhibit?
I did not.
Why not?
Per our protocol, we analyzed the best item to substantiate the highest charge, and in this case, it was accomplished.
So I want to talk about that a little bit. So in this particular case, we're talking about fentanyl, and there are several different thresholds for trafficking in fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
4 grams, 14 grams, and 28 grams.
Correct.
And when you analyze that first exhibit that you talked about, you reached the highest level possible.
Yes.
So your policies say not to analyze anything else.
Yes. So the highest threshold was met in this case. That's why the analysis was ceased.
Let's say, for an example, that the exhibit that you did analyze came back as 27.9 grams, just under that 28 threshold. Would you have then continued to analyze the second substance as well?
Yes.
But because you've already reached that highest threshold, there's no need to continue.
Correct.
We got no further questions, John.
Okay, so this is we're gonna bail from this fentanyl stuff. Pro se is not pro se anymore. The lawyer is back on the case, and he's probably going to be convicted. His concern about the confidential informant being outed is no good. Quick shot, show you what's going on with that school in Georgia. It looks like a lot of activity. People have been evacuated. Command centers set up. The way people are walking around all over the place, there is no more threat in the area. But it is sad to hear that there were apparently 4 plus the shooter who have passed away. Parents look like parents are on the scene trying to go get their kids. The kids are being collected over at the football field. Lots and lots of law enforcement here. So that's the latest breaking news out of Georgia with that terrible school shooting. That was in Barrow County in Georgia. can see officers putting long guns away. Why are they running? Where are we going? Well, we'll try to follow and see what's happening there. It looks like they're headed to another scene for some reason. Calamity says, popping in while having a break from watching old Recovery Addict covering Zachary Anderson. I anticipate that very shortly we should have some updates on that. There should be, I think there's an appeal of some sort in the works. So this afternoon we expect to have the start of the bench jumper trial out of Las Vegas. That's going to be interesting. Also an insanity plea on that one, so that one might be easier to prove insanity than possibly the Carly Gregg one, which is a tough one. Getting lots of messages on the burner phone right now. Just one second. Yes, the bench jumper. That's starting about 3 or 4 hours. I think the trial starts with that. Hospitals receiving multiple injured. We've heard 4. 4 plus the shooter is what we've heard. Lots of activity in the area. You can see traffic is just a nightmare. Anytime this happens, it's terrible. But you've got police rushing somewhere, and it's a scene other than the school. Keep an eye on that. I'm going to start watching Twitter as well to see what's happening. This county does not have any police scanners up, so there's nothing to watch. I heard 3 plus shooter, not 4 plus shooter. Yes, sadly, Laura, this appears to be possibly a high school. Winder, Georgia. Thank you, Kaylee, for the update. I don't want to watch the rest of this fentanyl trial. I'm looking for other stuff. Judge Cedric is in break right now, or in private. We've got a traffic court. Hey, look who this is. Mr. Reiger. Oh, DeMarcus Smith
is driving. So following this hearing, you need to go submit your application for a court-appointed attorney. If you fail to do that, then you're just going to need to be planning on hiring an attorney or representing yourself, because October 30th, it's going to get tried.
All right, Your Honor. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Regier, anything further?
Not at this time, Judge.
Very well. This matter is adjourned and she is free to go.
Thank you.
Next case is State of Kansas versus Miguel Santana. Is Mr. Santana present?
Santana?
Yes.
We have him here at the courthouse.
Okay.
Pull your head over there.
Are you Miguel Andrew Santana?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Santana, did you hear me explain the rights earlier?
I did not.
Were you there at 9 o'clock?
Yes.
How is it you didn't hear that?
It was very quiet. They're usually sitting out in the hallway, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to skip. I'm going to have to go over this with some other individuals and go through the rights. Some people were here right from the get-go, and I want to get that. I think they need to have their hearing, so we'll put Mr. Santana back on that next list. State of Kansas versus DeMarcus Smith. Is Mr. Smith present? I see a DeMarcus Smith, but that individual appears to be frozen. Mr. Smith, can you hear me? You need to
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Smith, did you hear me go through the rights earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions or on those?
No, sir.
All right. This is your first appearance. It looks like you're charged with speeding, 96 and a 75. That is a traffic
96.
infraction as a fine only. You're also charged with driving while suspended as a first offense. That is a class B misdemeanor. A B misdemeanor is punishable up to 6 months in the county jail and a fine not to exceed $1,000. It is also filed in the alternative, it appears, as operating a motor vehicle without a valid license, which is also a B misdemeanor. Looks like that you were to appear an earlier date and failed to appear. That being in Mr. Smith, what is your intention concerning an attorney on this case?
No, I'm trying to see, could I get it resolved today or anything?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
I said I was trying to see, can I get it resolved today?
Have you talked with the county attorney's office at all?
No.
What have you done to get it resolved today?
No, I'm asking, what do I have to do to get it resolved? Am I able to pay the tickets? Because I bonded out. I paid the full cash bond.
Okay.
I didn't pay 10%. I paid the whole thing.
Have you talked with an attorney or the county attorney's office?
No, sir.
All right. Well, I don't conduct a negotiation here. I'm here to take the pleas. If a person wants to discuss getting it resolved, they have the right to do that. I can set this matter for another date, but you will need to appear at that date if they and be ready to proceed. If you're going to hire an attorney, if you wish to apply for an attorney, if you meet the financial conditions, I would appoint an attorney to represent you on a driving while suspended, as there's a mandatory jail sentence. You could be placed on probation from that. But
even if I went to go get my driver's license, I got them now.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. There appears to be an echo or something.
I said, even though I went to go get my driver's license, I got them now.
I'm not. Well, I've explained about all I can explain to you. I'm not involved in the negotiations in regards to you and the county attorney's office. You're the parties. So if you're going to try to get something resolved, that's between you folks. If it can be resolved and it's submitted before me, then I would take it. If it can't be resolved, then I'd set this matter for trial. But I'm not in the middle in part of that process.
Well, how do I get that number?
Well, it's the county attorney's office. I imagine it's posted, but if you're are you going to be representing yourself at this time, or are you going to be asking for a court-appointed attorney?
Myself.
All right. You understand you have the right to an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Counsel, I find that Mr. Smith is waiving his right to counsel, if that makes a difference, so that you can discuss this with him directly. If you have a number that you would like him to contact you, but I will set this for a control docket on November 25th at 9 a.m. If the matter is resolved with a diversion or otherwise that may not require an appearance, but otherwise the parties need to plan on appearing at that time via Zoom.
Very good, Your Honor. And the state's understanding is that the office telephone number is 316-321-6999.
Is it 3163? Okay. 321. Okay. All right. So I just called that number today.
Okay, so now you're in a moving vehicle and you're not wearing a seatbelt.
This matter is adjourned until November the 25th at 9 a.m. and parties are free to go. That takes us next to State of Kansas versus Bryce Teague, 24 TR 2232. Is Mr. Teague present?
Yeah, he's here, Judge.
I see a Bryce Walker. That's a different individual, I take it. Okay, we have somebody at court security. Is that Mr. Teague?
Bryce is
Mr. Teague, yes.
Yes, sir.
Counsel would state their appearance, please.
Joe Begier on behalf of the state.
And you are Brian James Teague, is that correct?
It is Bryce James Teague, sir.
Bryce, excuse me.
Got a Fox raid.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Welcome, Foxes.
Mr. Teague, did you hear me go over the rights earlier?
I did, sir.
Do you have any questions about those?
No, sir.
All right. You were charged, looks like, with reckless driving in count one. That is an unclassified misdemeanor. It has its own penalty section, which are, I believe, the maximum fine is up to $1,000 on that, and a jail sentence on a first conviction.
Welcome, those from Megan Fox and Legal Vices.
If you have that handy, that's fine. I want to say that it's a maximum of 30 days, but that may be a longer on that. Reckless driving has its own penalties.
That it is the state's understanding that the penalties for a conviction of KSA 8-1566 do have some special provisions pursuant to subsection B of that same statute. Quote, upon a first conviction for a violation of this section, a person shall be sentenced to not less than 5 days, no more than 90 days imprisonment, or fined not less than $25, no more than $500, or both such fine and conviction. The statute does go on to address certain provisions concerning a second or subsequent conviction.
So
I think you did that from memory.
And you also, so that's the penalties for that. Count two, you're charged with speeding, 103 and a 65.
Whoa.
That is a
lead
fine
foot.
only. For that, the fine would be
103 and a 65. What does Kansas charge for that? Now I need to know what car he was driving. He was hauling.
Well, the chart I have goes up to 100 miles per hour, and that the fine on that would at 100 miles an hour is 270. With a
it's off the charts. 20 over in North Carolina is reckless.
Looks like $45 more than that. So $315 fine for count two.
Defendant says, I'll be down to the courthouse in about 30 seconds to pay it. I'm only about 5 miles away.
Mr. Teague, what is your plan concerning an attorney?
I shall be getting representation.
Who is it you're going to hire?
I was going to do Cambion Baker and Associates.
All right. Have you spoken with them yet?
I have. I've gotten pre-counsel, and that's what they recommended. I needed to know what my specific charges were.
All right. I'm going to set you on the control docket then as your retaining counsel. That'll be November 25th at 9 a.m.
The last guy was going 96. This guy's doing like 103. I know they're close to each other. It's like, less than 10 miles an hour difference, but that just sounds so much faster.
That'll be a Zoom hearing. I would prefer that you be with your attorney or at the courthouse like you're today. But if your attorney will permit you to be at their office and do it from there, that's fine.
Roger?
Oh, that was the wrong answer.
November 25th at 9. Counsel, anything further on this matter?
Not to my knowledge, Judge.
Very well. This matter is adjourned and parties are free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Lee,
Yes.
just so you are aware, the November 25th date for misdemeanor control is now booked out. Our next date that we will be using is December 2nd.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that was a Prius. Can a Prius do 103?
Thank you. All right. Next matter is State versus Angel Vasquez. Is that individual present? All right. Appears not to be. We'll take that up at a later time. State of Kansas versus Bryce Walker. Case number 23 TR 342. Mr. Walker, I know has been here since the beginning, so thank you for your patience. Mr. Walker, you were present when I went through the rights. Do you need me to go over those again?
No, sir.
Mr. Regier appears for the state. Mr. Walker, looks like you're charged with
I make fun of them for driving that fast. There was one time I drove 140. Just once. And I was headed to a hospital.
in count one with an expired tag or wrong license, a vehicle registration violation. That's an unclassified misdemeanor, punishable up to 30 days in county jail and a fine not to exceed $500. Count two, you're charged with not having vehicle liability insurance. That is a Class B misdemeanor, punishable up to 6 months in the county jail and a fine not to exceed $1,000. There is a mandatory minimum fine of $300. Excuse me. Count number three, you are charged with a display of license plate violation. Counsel, is that an undesignated misdemeanor?
Your Honor, the state's understanding is that count three under case 8133 is a class C non-person misdemeanor.
A C misdemeanor is punishable up to a 30-day jail sentence and a fine not to exceed $500. You understand what you're charged with, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir.
How is it you wishing to proceed concerning an attorney?
I was going to make another plea to Mr. Regier for diversion, but if that's not possible, I was just going to hire my own attorney. Or if I have to plead today, I'll plead today. Do whatever time I have to do, whatever punishment.
Well, have you applied for a diversion in this case?
I've applied for it. I didn't get the money order in time. The second time.
Okay, Mr. Regier, what's the state's position on that?
Your Honor, if I may have a brief 2-minute recess.
Well, are you wanting a breakout with the defendant or what are you wanting to do?
Merely a brief 2-minute recess. At this point, I do not believe a breakout room is strictly necessary.
Okay.
Just to charge his batteries.
We've been going since 9 o'clock and it is 7 after 11. I'm going to recess until 11:15. I apologize to the people who've been waiting for their case to be called, but we're going to take a recess to 11:15. We'll reconvene at that time with this case.
Amanda, congratulations on 16 months. Holy moly, times flies when you're having fun. Thanks for this amazing channel. Here's to many more. Many more. I'm not sure why Mr. Gear needed a brief recess. He is literally an android. Let's see. That's Kansas. See if Judge Simpson is back. He's still behind the privacy screen. Judge Stephanie Boyd, not live either. RICO trial's going to go on for the next couple of years. This was Butler County traffic in Kansas. See if there's some other courts we want to look at. News 3 out of Las Vegas put a story out yesterday. Arizona teenager missing for nearly 4 years shows up in good condition. There's got to be a story behind that one. Okay, we do have... Let's see, 134, 35th District. What's happening up here?
Around Safari.
Gentlemen at DDC, stand by for a moment.
I think he just woke up. He's got that bedhead look.
Gentlemen at DDC, what's your name, sir?
Around Safari.
Mr. Safar, this is Magistrate H.R. Thaster. You hear on criminal matter, case number 240-4500901, sir. You have an attorney.
No, I got
Jessica Shibe on behalf of Mr. Safar, who is from a reading understands his constitutional rights and Stansville.
Mr. Safar, it's my understanding that you spoke to an attorney, one of the co-workers of the young lady, the attorney that is on Zoom. I'm going to enter plea of not guilty. Court date is September 19, 2024. It is a pretrial in front of Judge Jones. All right, let's see what we have. Sir, while this case is pending, you are not to possess any firearms or any other dangerous weapons. See what else. You are not to have contact with the complainant, who is a Mark Hickman. This means no person-to-person contact, no contact with third parties, no phone calls, no emails, no text messaging. Do you understand those bond conditions, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Looks like he's got himself a bit of a shiner there.
Counsel Douglas, go ahead as to bond, please.
Your Honor, for Mr. Safar, the people are asking for a bond of $15,000 cash or surety with tether for the following reasons. We believe that Mr. Safar is both a danger and a flight risk. He has an extensive criminal history, Your Honor, and that criminal history includes 2014, he had HIDA case for 2 counts of felonious assault and felony firearm. In 2017, he had a conviction for disobeying police officer's order in Illinois. In 2018, he had a disorderly person conviction in Montana. In 2021, he had a conviction for disorderly person in Michigan. 2021, conviction for assault and battery in Michigan. 2022, felonious assault conviction. 2022, conviction for assault and battery in Michigan. 2023, conviction for disorderly person obscene conduct in Michigan. Your Honor. And then he also has multiple pending cases in Arizona right now. And we're not sure whether he actually lives in Michigan. I know that the address on the investigator's report puts him in Michigan. I did email some information to defense counsel from the lien He has liens from multiple states. As the court just heard, he has convictions in different states. But for the Arizona part of the lien, it indicates for the resident area, it says as of April 13th, 2024, and then it lists the address that we see on this investigator's report. But then it says residents as of June 22nd, 2024, and it lists an address in Chandler, Arizona. And I did send that address that was on there to defense counsel. And then it says residents as of July 8th, 2024, unknown. So, Your Honor, it's not clear that Mr. Safar actually lives in Michigan right now. He possibly lives in Arizona. He has multiple counts in Arizona, and I want to let the court know about those because based on the court's website from Chandler, Arizona, he failed to appear for court on August 20th of this year. And it looks like, and I can't say for sure, these might have been charged via tickets just because they all have different case numbers, but I will let you know by the dates because there's multiple different offense dates, Your Honor, violation dates. And they date all the way back to April of this year, April 12th to 24.
Apparently, jail tourism is a
May
thing.
May 29th of 2024, assault and disorderly conduct. June 3rd of 2024, DUI. June 7th of 2024, disorderly conduct, assault. June 21st of 2024, threatening and intimidating and disorderly conduct. June 22nd, 2024, assault. And disorderly conduct, June 27th of 2024, disorderly conduct, and then June 28th of 2024, disorderly conduct and assault. So, Your Honor,
it's like consecutive days.
By what it's showing is the violation date. It looked like they gave him all the one court date, August 2024, and then there's a code for the disposition. And I sent the legend from the court's website, and it indicates that. That code means defendant failed to appear in court, warrant of arrest issued. So, Your Honor, he's had multiple assaultive convictions. He has multiple assaultive pending matters in a completely different state where he may live. And here we have a situation where a road rage incident where argument allegedly turned into him punching somebody in the face from there. So, Your Honor, we do have concerns for future assaultive conduct, but we also have concerns that he won't show up for court, as he apparently didn't show up for several matters in Arizona. We're asking for $15,000 cash or surety and tether house arrest.
Dr. Shad, go ahead.
Your Honor, that bond request is excessive on a misdemeanor charge, first off, Your Honor. Second of all, we don't represent him on other matters in different states, so we don't know why there was KPSs. He could have been in custody, as we see happens many times. He could have been in the hospital. There could have been something wrong with the court date. We're not there. We're here on this, and there's no KPS here. Now, what's concerning here, Your Honor, is that there's an off-duty police officer, off-duty, not on duty, participating in alleged road rage with civilians, Your Honor. So he's on the road, allegedly has a road rage with my client, Your Honor, and he's off duty. So I don't know in what capacity he could have even pulled him over. He asked him to pull over, but he's off duty, so he can't be pulling people over. But yeah, my client still pulls over, Your Honor. And so when he pulls over, they both get out of the car and more words are exchanged. And clearly some punches or whatever because my client, as you can see, has a black eye, which, you don't get from, what's weird is in the report, it says the officers observed minor scratches to the defendant's right arm elbow. But what about his black eye that we're looking at right now, Your Honor? That's first of all, and that is from the 1st, and today is the 4th, so it's been 3 days. So what we're looking at is less than what it originally was. My client also was treated, Your Honor, at the scene, and you have an officer who, when the officers arrive, you have this the complaining witness, who is an off-duty officer, on top of my client that is witnessed by the officer that's on duty, and he says that he observes that my client had his hands behind his back, but yet an off-duty officer is on him. He's not acting as work, which is why this is not charged as an R&O, because this are two individuals. It's not a police
Resisting
officer and my
arrest.
client. So I believe there was other ways this officer could have handled it, but because he was off duty, Your Honor, he couldn't handle it as a police officer. He was handling it as a regular person and took it upon himself to punch my client, Your Honor, and be on top of him, not as an officer, and ask him to pull over when he's off duty. Charged as a misdemeanor, respectfully asking the court to consider a personal bond. They don't know each other. There's no danger to him. So respectfully asking the court to consider a personal bond.
Thank you. Court has heard the representations on both sides in this particular matter. This court also knows, had a chance to review the investigator's report, that the victim, whether he's a police officer or not, ended up going to the hospital allegedly because he was bleeding from the nose and upper lip, and also for a left shoulder dislocation, potential left shoulder dislocation. He was listed in stable condition, and based on everything, this court uses clear and convincing evidence standard. Okay, one is court does find that Mr. Safar is a danger. He's going to be placed on a GPS tether, house arrest. Further, he's going to get a $25,000 cash surety bond. Court does find him that to be a danger. And with that being said, the court believes that it's an unaffordable bond. Is that correct, Counsel Scheib?
Yes, Your Honor, that is unaffordable.
Okay. With that being said, he's going to have a court date for this Friday, September 6, 2024, 9 o'clock, in front of Judge Williams or Judge McConigal, who will look at the bond amount and bond conditions.
May I add one more thing for the record, Your Honor? I know the court made their decision.
The record.
For the record, no, sir, I'm speaking, and everything you say, Kenan, will be used against you. Your Honor, for the record, this officer off duty asked him to pull over, and if my client and another individual were engaged in some kind of road rage, and instead of driving away, asked the person, pull over, for what? To fight, Your Honor? I would like the court to keep that in mind, because he didn't pull him over as a police officer. He was off duty. So instead of driving, he pulled him over to fight, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's been placed on the record. That concludes Mr. Safar's arraignment. Thank you, Mr. Safar. You can step aside. Bond was $25,000 cash surety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He just wanted to know what the bond was. It's
And still don't
$25,000.
have Wayne County.
Wow.
Your Honor, I did get an answer on Mr. Moore.
She went to bat for him and stepped in even to prevent him from hurting himself further.
Okay. Good for your side or not?
Prosecution asked
Yes,
for
Your Honor.
15, judge went with 25.
Okay, so let me
Yes.
say this. This is on Maurice Moore, recalling it case number 24056-86501. Counsel's name for the records.
Jessica Scheib on behalf of Mr. Moore.
Lisa Coyle, appearing on behalf of the people.
Okay.
Lisa and
Initially, Mr. Moore was given a $5,000 cash surety, bond conditions. He had a bond redetermination, September 6, 2024. Was this a capious, Counsel Scheib or Counsel Coyle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it was. All right. Counsel Scheib, go ahead.
So, Your Honor, we did file an emergency bond motion with Judge Jefferson, but Judge Jefferson, to our knowledge, is not available. So Attorney Philip Reagan went to Judge Williams, as the procedure is, and Judge Williams gave this court authority for a personal bond.
Okay. And Counsel Coyle. Well, first of all, Counsel Scheib, you waiving your client's presence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And
I
Counsel
want to see her
Coyle?
in court. I mean, like, I want to
Yes,
see
Your
her
Honor, I did
argue
not
in
object
court.
to this one.
Okay. So we're going to change this to a $5,000 personal bond. That means there is no bond redetermination. Okay. All right. That takes care of Mr. Moore. Stand by for a moment. Folks, can I have Mr. Moore's file?
I really like her.
I'm sorry, what was the bond change?
$5,000 personal. It went from $5,000 cash surety to $5,000 personal based on the information that Council Scheib gave.
I think you still have.
No, don't. Thank you. Just let me do this.
Okay, we're gonna bail. They don't have any defendants here, so we're gonna jump all the way up to Thurston County, Washington, which is one of our favorites. As we're still waiting for the bench jumper trial to begin, so let's do
this case to be proceeding trial today. We have a number of cases we're working on. Expect to resolve them, but so yes, and I'll let Mr. Finley acknowledge for himself. But yeah, the parties are asking the court to reset a date to coincide with future dates. But there's actually, I noticed that the court had staggered these trial dates, which makes sense. We can't try all these cases on one day. So that thought process was probably to stagger them week to week. So we have noticing in Jabs trial dates set really for next week and the week after, but I don't see a confirmation hearing set for each of those. And so I don't know if the intent from last week was to confirm 2 weeks in advance, but I think what we'd hope to do today is maybe address collectively the cases and either keep those dates or maybe move them all together on a single date.
I agree with that, Your Honor, and we'd prefer to have them closer in time to the dates the other cases are set.
Okay. I'm looking at the future dates that are set for Mr. McMillian. There are a lot of them, but one of them is set as a confirmation, and that is on September 23rd.
Right. My request would be that if we could have all the trials set for that week of October 2nd and 3rd, with confirmation on the 23rd. And that way we could hopefully target resolving by that 23rd date. Or if not, we could still proceed and maybe try, confirmed cases, and knowing we won't handle them all the same day. But then the other cases could maybe be affected by that decision.
So move all cases to September 23rd for confirmation. Correct. And then subsequent trial dates following that.
Yeah, I think would be the October 2nd, 3rd.
Okay, and there's already a date set for that. Okay. So let me just make sure that the clerk's on board for this. Brenda, you got all that too? Oh, yes.
He's got a bunch of trials.
Okay. All right. I think we've got all that set then. So Mr. McMillian, the next time we see you here in court will be all your cases together on September 23rd. You should already have notice for that date. Just get a hold of Mr. Finley if you have any questions.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sounds good. Thanks. All right. And that should cover it then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Finley. Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care, Mr. Finley.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. And let's see. I don't see any of the other attorneys here. All right, that's all for you too, isn't it, Mr. McClellan?
Yeah, that is it for.
Okay.
Thank you.
And are you here for court today, sir?
Yeah.
And what's your name?
Christopher.
Ah, okay.
And Miss is here.
All right.
Your Honor, this is Anita. This is Anita, the interpreter. I believe that Mr. Christopher Hewitt Perez is there for a hearing, and I am to interpret for him with Ms. Collada.
Yes, and he's waiting in the courtroom, and Ms. Collada is also here, but she's with another client.
Okay, I will stand by. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have you seen any of the prosecutors yet? Okay. All right. Well, I assume that Ms. Collada will need a couple of minutes. She's got one. There's Ms. Collada.
Hi. Come on up.
Anita's
need a
on
prosecutor
standby
there, don't
too. Anita's here.
Pardon me, Your Honor. I'm just trying to juggle a few things that are all scheduled at the same time. I'm sure you understand that.
Familiar with the concept, yes.
Do we have a prosecutor on Zoom too?
I haven't seen one yet.
Oh, okay. I think they need to sign paperwork. This, Mr. Hui.
All right, we're trying to keep an eye on the updates from the school in Georgia, Appalachian High School in Winder, Georgia. Let's see. Give me just 1 second here. So watching the school here, this is the latest. It looks like parents are trying to be reunited with kids. Police are still there in force, but it looks like everyone's together. You've got people watching from the bleachers up there. News cameras have been news helicopters have been circling the area for quite a while here. We've got mixed reports on as far as what's happening, as far as the injuries, the number of affected or injured or killed. Still waiting for like firm announcement. I think we've got, there's people are saying one thing on Twitter, one thing on TikTok. The news has got a couple different reports that are coming out. I think all of them agree that the shooter has been neutralized, possibly in custody. And as far as the number of shot or killed or injured, it varies from 2 to 4 to unknown. But there's the football field where they moved all the students to, and then it appears they're still being held. It's interesting. They're still being held there, so they're not allowing them to leave yet. Well, the school still has police activity inside it as well. Shooter is in custody, which would mean alive. Unknown if he's injured. I think he was injured. There are injuries reported, but just can't get a count here. I'm trying to see if I can find a PIO. I can't put text on the screen, chat on the screen right now yet. Well, let's see. I have to go through camera 6 to do that. See if I can get chat on the screen a different way. Just 1 second, I'll have your chat for us. Pop out chat, go full screen. Grr. Forgot that computer doesn't have the right stuff. Let me switch where we have flight radar on, and then we'll be good. Log in. Give just a minute here. One helicopter is taken off and running away. Just barely got the feed up. Looks like both of them are leaving, headed, both helicopters leaving at the same time. Both Action News 5 as well as the let's see who this is. What helicopter is this? Let's reject all cookies. Thank you. This was the one chopper. Thanks to Jet Photos for that picture. So all the choppers left the scene for the school shooting right now. Waiting for some sort of announcement from a PIO of some sort to give us an official count and update on what happened. But let's see, on 3. All right, bring in chat back. Oh, you get to see all of it, huh? That's great. Let's go here. Atlanta News first helicopter still on site and broadcasting. Not according to flight radar. They're not in the air, so it might be showing an old video. Flight radar shows us that both helicopters just left the scene and are flying away. Good luck. Love you. Kids are going to the Natural History Museum. That's awesome. All right, we're going to jump back to court then if nothing is happening there, if we can't get any feed. Mr. Aguirre is back from his break.
Mandatory 5-day sentence. It could be, depending on why you were suspended, a max or up to a 90-day required sentence that a person could have to serve. So that's a very a lot of consequences if that's a circumstance. Again, you're also charged in count 2 with operating a vehicle without a registration or an expired tag. That is a C misdemeanor, punishable up to 30 days in the county jail and a fine not to exceed $500. Mr. Santana, do you understand what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
And how is it you wish to plead at this time?
No contest.
Okay, are you waiving your right to an attorney?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, I get a little nervous when people start looking around because I'm worried somebody's giving them advice or what to do and you don't have an attorney. So I want to make sure this is your decision that you're making. You understand that with the driving while suspended, second or subsequent, there's a very real possibility of jail time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you waiving your right to an attorney at this time?
Yes.
All right. I'd ask that you sign the waiver of counsel form there that the sheriff's office had or the security have.
Who's that next to him?
He signed it, Judge.
Thank you. He entered a plea of no contest. So, and Mr. Santana, did anybody force or coerce you in some fashion to enter that plea?
No.
And are you under the influence of any medications or intoxicants at this time?
No, sir.
Very well. I will accept your plea. Mr. Regier, what would the state's evidence be if this matter were tried?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to count 1, the affidavit does refer to a stop that occurred on April 26, 2023. Paragraph 4 of that same affidavit also refers to a stop in Augusta, Butler County, Kansas, which I believe would address the issue of jurisdiction. The officer did specifically cite the defendant for driving while suspended under KSA 8262, and I do have a journal entry out of 23 TM 004094 of the Municipal Court of the City of Wichita, if the court is prepared to take judicial notice of the same.
But you do have the driving record that reflects that conviction.
In response to the court's inquiry, yes, Your Honor, and if this case were to proceed to trial, the state's evidence would show that the defendant's driver's license was suspended at the time.
Very well. I do find that the plea is knowingly and voluntarily entered, that there's been a waiver of counsel additionally, and that was a knowing waiver of counsel, that with the no contest plea, a factual basis has been submitted. I do find there's sufficient facts for a reasonable fact finder to find the defendant guilty. So I do find him, Mr. Santana, guilty of those offenses. At this time, I will hear recommendations from the parties, beginning with state for Santana.
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the factual basis for count 2, I had neglected to mention, but again, the paragraph 4 of the affidavit does appear to refer to a stop in 2023. The officer specifically noted in paragraph 4 also that the registration was confirmed as expired as of October 2022. With respect to count 1, the driving while suspended, the state is prepared to recommend a $100 fine, $108 in court costs. There is the statutory minimum of 5 days as it is charged as a Class A misdemeanor. The state in this particular matter is prepared to recommend in lieu of that 10 days house arrest, while deferring to the court on the issue of work release and electronic monitoring. If that is the court's order, the state would further recommend an 8-month underlying sentence and 12 months of non-reporting probation. For count 2, the expired tag of registration, the state is prepared to recommend a $100 fine. I will, of course, defer to the court on the issue of repayment of the case.
Mr. Santana, is there any statements that you'd like to make before I pronounce sentence?
No, sir.
Mr. Santana, what are you working at this time? What's your situation employment?
Yes, I'm working at this time.
Okay, could you give me some information about when you work, your shifts, that type of thing?
I work Monday through Friday from 8 o'clock to about 5:30.
Just the regular hours, Judge.
With the second offense, there is a requirement of a 5-day sentence that can't be waived. It can be placed on a house arrest for 10 days. Are you requesting one of those options over the other?
You guys, Amanda is not in the tub.
The house arrest?
That's not in the tub. She's not in the tub.
Would you be able to afford the
Kaylin
payment in regards to that? And that would be 10 days.
Yes.
Adam, I missed it. You retracted it too soon. What did you say?
Counsel, when Judge Webster does these, does she typically make those electronic monitoring house arrests or just otherwise?
Your Honor, the state's understanding of Judge Webster's traditional practice is she does allow for electronic monitoring work release. Of course, I will defer to the court if the court determines that an alternative manner forward in this particular case is appropriate.
Last I checked, electronic monitoring was, I want to say $10, but I haven't checked in a long time. Mr. Regier, do you know what daily charges on the electronic monitoring?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I do not have that information in front of me at present.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give you a controlling sentence. That means an overall sentence, sir, of 6 months in the county jail. I'm going to place you on probation from that. I'm going to require that you serve 10 days of house arrest. On house arrest, you will have windows open to you to go to work. Any medical appointments that you have. Do you live with anybody else? Do you have children that?
No, I live by myself.
All right.
Who's the lady with him?
You have somebody that can get your supplies for you, things that you need for to live at home.
Yes,
food,
I believe so.
That sort of thing. All right. I'm going to give some discretion to the electronic monitoring people. That'll be set up through Butler County, the electronic monitoring. That fee will be assessed to you. You may be required to pay that in advance. I want this house arrest, though, to start. Today is September the 4th. I would like that to begin no later than September 9th. It'll be 10 consecutive days. Once they put you on the electronic monitoring, then that'll start the 10 days. Once that 10 days is done, then that'll be taken off. I'm going to place you on non-reporting probation. I'm going to place a non-reporting probation after that at 1 year. The conditions of your probation is not to violate the law and to take care of the financial obligations to you. In regards to count 1, I'm going to impose a $100 fine. That is the mandatory minimum. In regards to count number 2, I'm going to impose a $100 fine as well. And there's $108 for court costs. So just the those things is $308, and then you're going to be responsible for paying for the house arrest option. If you have not been signed up on house arrest prior to that starting September 9th, that will be a violation of your probation. That'd be a very serious violation of your probation, Mr.
That would get you
Santana.
prison time.
And the way I kind of look at those things, that people don't do what I've ordered in the sentencing, I'm just not going to count on them to do those things in the future, and they can just serve their time. Since you've got 6 months over your head, that's a pretty significant amount of time. So I'd strongly recommend that following this hearing, you contact the people with electronic monitoring there in Butler County. The clerk's office may be able to give you some information, perhaps court security there. And I'm sure the court services office would have that information as well. I'd strongly suggest you contact them today and make those arrangements. If I do want a report from electronic monitoring to be forwarded to the county attorney's office so that it's successful. You need to be sure that you comply with those terms. They'll have them written out. They'll give you times when you are free to go out and get go to work and so forth. Most places, how they do that is they'll give you a little bit of time to pick up, if you need to fuel up your vehicle, that sort of thing. But you need to make sure that you're in compliance with that, because non-compliance with house arrest will make you subject to revocation and serving the 6-month sentence. Very well. You have any questions about that, Mr. Santana?
No, sir.
Very well. Mr. Regier, anything else that we need to address today?
Your Honor, if the court is placing this defendant on non-reporting probation, is the court making any specific orders concerning repayment of the case?
Mr. Santana, how long will it take you to get the $308 taken care
of? Probably like a good month or two.
Okay, you're probably going to have a significant amount of maybe a couple of $100 for the house arrest. I'll give you 90 days to take care of the fines and court costs. Counsel, if that's not paid, it'll be considered a violation. Additionally, then a suspension letter needs to be sent. Those things aren't taken care of in a timely way, but all 90
Bernice,
days
that is awesome.
to get
Congratulations
the
on
fines
10
and costs
years.
paid. And as I indicated, you need to take care of the house arrest up front. Very well. Anything further?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Very well. That adjourns Mr. Santana's case, and sir, you are free to go.
Okay, I'm going to switch quickly. I'm going to record what's happening with Kaylin, who's lounging the OnlyFans lounge right now. Because we've got Colleen McCombs up there in Thurston County, Washington, just a few minutes ago. We're trying to catch up on this. She appears to be driving while on the phone. The judge is watching this. Who am I hiding? Oh, AC. AC's in the corner. Christopher Greenwood with the bottles of wine behind him. Hopefully he's not here on a DUI. We'll see what's happening. Judge is about ready to call everything to order. Michael Burrow. Oh, I almost missed Michael Burrow there. He was just blending in with the scenery around him. Okay, hit the button, Judge. Let's go live. Do we not have audio on this? Oh, we do, and it's my fault.
On November 4th and 5th. We'll do confirmation on October 30th.
Ma'am, have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
I just updated my phone number just yesterday.
Okay. Could you give it to me now, please?
She's still driving.
Sure can. It's 360
867-5309.
Okay, and so you'd be really important. You have a new attorney now, so it'd be really important for you to maintain contact with her. You know how to get a hold of Thurston County Public Defense in that?
I sure do.
All right. You're free to leave the Zoom call there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Drive safe, ma'am.
Next time when you call in, don't be driving. Well, I think we lost you there.
Okay. Okay.
I just caught that at the last minute. I would have made you stop and pull over. Well, she's not here anymore, but I would have made her stop and pull over had I noticed she was driving. I prefer people don't commit their infractions in real time in front of me.
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't talk to her.
Mr. Witt, who are you here for?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here for Christopher Sharp. He is present on Zoom.
What time is he scheduled to be here?
8:30 is what his
I have him.
appointment says.
He's on for an arraignment. There's Mr. Sharp there. This looks like is this a first appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe so.
So you are Christopher Sharp?
Yes, sir.
And then right now you're charged with one count of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence related.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go back because I need to record that one. I want that soundbite. I think it's clean enough. I want to hear the.
And then, Mr. Witt, do you have a position on probable cause?
Infractions in front of me. That's probably
Well, then, Your Honor, for the purpose of today, I'll stipulate to probable cause for this hearing only.
Well, I think we lost you there. I just caught that at the last minute. I would have made you stop and pull over. Well, she's not here anymore, but I would have made her stop and pull over had I noticed she was driving. I prefer people don't commit their infractions in real time in front of me.
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't talk to her.
Mr. Witt, who are you here for?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here for Christopher Sharp. He is present on Zoom. Requiring the firearms prohibition due to
now we're jumping back up.
Due to his employment, it could essentially make him unemployed. It is required for his occupation. I don't think they really run the risk of getting into contact each other anymore physically because he's living out in Aberdeen. But I can tell you they're in kind of a unique situation because they're doing a divorce pro se, so there isn't attorneys involved that are
pro se
communicating for the parties. So I guess I would ask that if the court's going to impose a no contact order, I would ask that they be allowed to communicate at least through maybe email or text for the sole purpose of child custody arrangements. They should share children, and so they can discuss also the ongoing divorce proceedings. So if there's a no contact order that allows or doesn't allow any contact, I don't know how they'll ever finish their pending divorce case in the Superior Court here.
They have to be able to divorce.
Sorry, that's
well, I could put language in there that says they're allowed to have third-party, electronic, and even telephonic contact for the purposes of childcare and legal proceedings. And if a court appearance is necessary, they can appear in court at the same time.
That would be sufficient, Your Honor. And I also wanted a carve out regarding the firearm for work purposes.
Must be an armed guard or something like that.
Mr. Lindgren, I've kind of telegraphed what I'm going to do with regard to the no contact order. I'll hear from you on the firearm issue.
On the firearm issue, state would have no objection to some kind of exception for the purposes of his employment.
That'll be in there also.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to set a court date. It's going to be
movie set armor. There's an option.
I mean,
pro se divorce. How much do you save? Or I guess
you
the
remain
divorce
released
lawyers
on
might
your,
say, how much does it cost you to do a pro se divorce?
Personal recognizance. Conditions of your continued release are don't have any criminal law violations.
That's the judge's phone. Mr. Greenwood thought that was funny. He's trying to stifle a laugh.
Where does he work?
I work at Nisqually, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. And what do you do there? I mean, do you have I guess now that I think about it, I mean, are you armed with a firearm at Nisqually? I mean, typically they don't.
Whenever we do transports and stuff, sir.
So he's got a domestic violence charge, and the judge is authorizing him for firearms while working. Not sure why I'm thinking about this, but I keep hoping that Michael Burrow will pull his hoodie up over his head, like take his hat off, pull it up over his head, and yank
And to say, okay,
the chin
so
straps,
conditions don't have any
just
criminal
his beard
violations, don't
sticks
possess a firearm with the work exception, only while at work and on the job. Do you understand that, Mr. Sharp?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your next court date is October 9th at 11.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me know when that
should be there right now, Your Honor.
So hopefully he doesn't use his own sidearm.
And then we're going to set a trial date, confirmation and trial date also. Confirmation is November 20th. Trial is December 2nd. The no contact order provides no, I'm not. In the no contact order, again, we'll go back to the firearms there. You're not to obtain firearm or concealed license other than, so you don't have one, you surrender all the ones that you have. But again, I'm assuming that the one that you get issued for any transports you might do will be at Nisqually. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're not to have any of your own.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I just got a new piece of information from the victim advocate.
What's that?
Would it be possible, and of course, defense can comment on this, to have an exception for the contact to only be electronic?
Yes.
Okay.
Or a third party also.
Is that from is that request by a victim's advocate, or is that actually from the victim? I don't know why the victim's advocate has a role in this if that's not something being said by the victim.
Okay, we'll find out. Go ahead.
My understanding is that the victim was looking for a no contact order at the scene. The victim advocate has informed me that her impression of the situation is that they should have an electronic communication until she can speak to the victim again. So at this point, that's what we're asking the court for. But I don't believe it came directly from the victim in what I just heard. No.
Does that, Mr. Witt, you can respond to that if you wish to.
I just think it's preposterous sometimes how victims advocates get involved in the cases like they're a party and they don't really have any independent knowledge of the case or what the parties need.
Okay. So how have they been contacting each other now? Or have they been?
I don't know that they have been, but there hasn't been any orders up until this point.
No, I know. And that's what I mean. I mean, if they've been communicating and having, that I can consider that. This happened several months ago. So if they just haven't talked to each other in the last few months, then that's one thing. Or if they've been talking and we're trying to fashion out an order, then that's another thing. So that's why I'm asking.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Mr. Sharp, how do you guys communicate up until the point of this no contact order?
We've been communicating electronically and also in person whenever we switch off the children.
Carly's coming up mid-September. Carly Gregg.
And by electronic, do you mean texting?
Yes, Your Honor, and also phone calls.
and carrier pigeons on rare occasions. Got F-22s flying overhead. How the heck is it September already? Lady Tammy, this year has flown by. It's crazy. Before you know it, we're going to have Brian Koberger in court. That's how fast the year's going. Less reliable method with the message in a bottle requires the finder to forward for you. But quite romantic. Christopher has his girlfriend with him, I think. Don't think that's his mom. I agree on this one. The victim's advocate.
Okay, as I said, this happened several months ago. It was alleged to have occurred, I should say, in June, almost 3 months ago. So the no contact order will be no contact, and I wrote the following language, given what I've heard: be electronic and telephonic contact for the purposes of child visitation, financial and legal issues, and it says parties may appear in court together for legal proceedings. And you can get a copy of that order off the Thurston County District Court website.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that's it for today.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Christopher,
We'll see you back here on October 9th.
Yes, Your Honor.
That concludes my calendar, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Mr. Witt is gone.
Ms. Rowe, did you have a case?
Ms. Rowe.
We lose her.
Where's Miss Rowe? We've seen her before. Oh.
Mr. Pazderka, do you have a case?
Here.
Yes, Your Honor. We could call Brian Kirkbride. He's numbers 6 and 7 on the 9 a.m. calendar. He's also present on Zoom.
There's Brian, not driving. He is parked.
It's on for an arraignment and a no contact order motion.
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the arraignment, I've advised Mr. Kirkbride of his rights. We'd waive further advisement and formal reading, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea on his behalf. We're not objecting to probable cause for purposes of this hearing only. And I'll just ask that he be appointed to our office on this case as well.
Is that a CB radio mounted on the roof of his car? Can't tell what that is.
Give me just a second.
Do people other than truck drivers still use CB radios?
I apologize. It looks like I think probable cause was already established.
Probably because he's been before the court. Conditions have been set. There's a no contact order motion on a case it's out of district court, but it's not on this calendar.
Christopher Green showing us his hand signals.
But we can discuss it.
Number 6 on the calendar is what I have listed as the no contact order motion.
Oh, I guess it is. Oh, I didn't. It was on separate pages. That's why I missed it. Okay. Yes, it is. Our court date set in another case. It's hard for me to tell. Looks like it was, and it was canceled. And I've got confirmation.
I have confirmation on October 16th.
Breaker 19.
Yeah, and trial set. And then why is it? Okay. And then the canceled one. Okay. That was set for the 23rd. Okay. We can leave it for October 16th. So on the case, it's on for arraignment 24 DV-0821. That'll be a plea of not guilty. Conditions have already been set. We'll give a future court date. We might just match this up with the other case. With regard to the no contact order motion, give me just a minute.
The cat has 2 families, one that owns it and us.
That was a motion that was filed in August.
So the other family's taking care of it.
Has that been ruled on?
No, Your Honor. It's been set over. I believe the first time it was before the court, the protected party was not present. And then the other time he was in custody and it was set over again today.
And then is she here now?
I believe she's present on Zoom, Your Honor.
Is that you, ma'am, where it says AC?
Yes, I believe so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Give me just a minute.
Thank you.
Well, see this Christopher Greenwood deal and see what's up with him. Whoa, we'll keep the audio on from this. But in the lady with the sunglasses is there on her own. She was just like sitting next to him. I think she's got her own case. Look at that. We'll go back to that one in a minute. Kimar, it's your birthday? Happy birthday. Libby, I think the cat will remember that we're alive as soon as we give it another cat treat. That's sort of how our relationship goes with our cat. Oh, October 16th. October 16th is her birthday. I thought we just sang to Kim less than a year ago. That's why I thought. Amber says, I have a CB. Anytime CB radio is mentioned, all I think about are Breaker Breaker 19 and the song Teddy Bear by Red Sovine. I had a CB as a kid as well. I had several CBs. I bought most of them from Radio Shack. Is there any home or cabin sickness on your part? Yes. Yes, I miss my studio terribly.
Do you wish to add anything, ma'am, to that?
I would, I'm not very good with these things. I was talking to, I think, someone about my attorney. Do I want to have this thing rescinded or just, I want to just stop this. I just really just want this over.
Stop the bus. I'd like to get off.
Okay, I'm going to get some, I took some time, I read your motion, and I went back and took some time and read the allegations, which are frankly a bit concerning. And I'm going to hear from the state, and then I'll hear from Mr. Pazderka. And then I may have some questions, and then I'll make a decision as to whether the no contact order is going to continue or not.
What was the title of the article?
Lindgren?
The column?
Your Honor, the state at this time, apart from the words of the victim, doesn't see any change in circumstances that would merit bringing down the NCO. We are also concerned about the circumstances that led up to this, kind of the escalation of argument and then later violence that allegedly occurred at the apartment, the use of the scissors to kind of damage things. And just generally, we haven't seen any change in circumstances that we think would justify this. So respectfully to the victim and respectful of her position on this, the state is asking that the NCO remain in effect.
Mr. Pazderka,
No
has he
contact
taken any
order.
steps in any sort of evaluations or treatment of any sort?
Not at this time that I'm aware of, Your Honor. We would be asking to rescind the no contact order along with the protected parties motion. We don't believe it is necessary anymore. And we just ask that it be rescinded.
Something on your mind, Josh? You seem distracted. You seem distracted.
Oh, he's got a court date on the 16th. We'll put the pretrial, join up with confirmation on trial on the 16th. And with regard to the no contact order, ma'am, I've reviewed what's alleged to have happened on the night, and there's some things he can do. He can and programs he can involve himself in that would, make me take a harder and second look at this no contact order. But, and looking over his, there's some concerning things on his history as well, which is a long way of saying at the moment, I'm not going to adjust the no contact order. He'll have another court date on October 16th. And if he, gets on some stuff and he can speak with his attorney about what he needs to do, we can take another look at it at that time. But I'm not going to adjust it at this time.
And maybe scissor protocol classes.
And Mr. Kirkbride, you're free to leave the Zoom call.
Okay,
and you too, ma'am. And then again, it'll be a pre-trial. Will be on October 16th with the other. We'll set trial dates further out. The dates I've been using. Confirmation November 20th, trial December 2nd. And Mr. Kirkbride and you, ma'am, you're free to leave the Zoom call.
Convoy on, Brian.
Okay, thank you.
He's the lead car. Everyone's been waiting for him.
No, that's all I had prepared at this moment. I would defer to, I think Ms. Capone has some matters ready.
Your Honor, if we could call Mr. Brown's matter, he's appearing via Zoom number 2 at the 9 a.m.
AC is struggling with the, she's swiping up. It's not working.
Mute her, please. And it's on for, is it Demetrius Brown? There you are, D. Brown.
Yes.
What's happening? It's on for confirmation.
Your Honor, this matter was formerly assigned to Mr. Kale. I believe it'll be reassigned to Ms. Lash, but we'd be asking for a good cause continuance to accommodate the change of counsel.
His attorney just barely.
Mr. Brown, you understand what's happening here?
Yes.
Mr. Lindgren?
No objection, Your Honor.
Why is this case on this calendar? This shouldn't just be on it's a DUI. So what's going to happen is we're going to reset your trial date. We'll go out about 60 days or so. And we're going to set a Friday confirmation because we'll say trial on November 4th with confirmation on October 25th.
Okay, I'm trying to add it right now.
Okay, have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
Yes.
Great, you'll get a text reminder of that. You still live on Alta Street in Olympia?
Yes.
Great, we'll send it to you there also. But if you want to write it down, the next court date is October 25th. I'm not sure what time.
In November.
And then with trial on November 4th.
At what time?
At 9 a.m. on both of them.
Okay.
And so here's the other thing. I would encourage you to wait about a week, contact Thurston County Public Defense, find out who your new attorney is, and then you can speak. What sounds like it's going to be Ms. Lesh. If it is, you can speak with her about how your case. All right.
Okay. So October 25th is the confirmation.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're free to go. You can strike the trial dates. Yes,
all right.
What's that? Oh, okay. Well, it's all right. That happens. Sometimes they say Wednesday and it gets on the TV when it really needs to be on the other Wednesday. You're free to leave the Zoom call there, Mr. Brown.
All right. Thank you.
I'm going to listen into, if I can, let's see. Come on.
We're actively working on right now. You can add.
Yeah, so the idea will be
Press
to be
conference.
back here at 4 o'clock, but keep an eye on our social media. If that changes, you'll know it. We'll be able to address, hopefully answer more questions for you, okay? Or be in a position to give you more answers. We'll just have to see how things
We
go.
just realized this was happening. Tell us how many people, what you know about that.
We're not in any kind of position. The sheriff's made his comments. We'll leave it at that. By 4 o'clock, we hope to have a better picture, a bigger, so you can better comprehend what's going on.
So they're not giving out any data.
Do we have it?
I can send.
We don't have it. I don't think Mr. Robbins works there anymore, does he?
Not as of last week, no. As of
Well,
last Friday.
Bad. That's too bad. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
sorry to hear that.
So what's the expiration date of the waiver?
I had her start, the waiver starts today, Your Honor, and runs 90 days.
Okay. And so I'll rely on you to get that filed there, Mr. Woodrow.
I can do that, Your Honor, today.
And then I have you today, 90 days from today is December 2nd. You agree on the record that speedy trial now runs through December 2nd, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. Thank you.
We're going to reset the trial date. The confirmation will be November 20th. And then trial will be, and actually I'm wrong, the expiration runs on December 3rd. So this trial will start on December 2nd.
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have you been getting text reminders of court dates, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
And your address still on 77th Avenue Southwest in Olympia? That's it for today. You're free to go. You don't, the trial dates, those trial dates coming up in October, those are all canceled. Your next court date won't be till November 20th. In the meantime, though, it would be important for you to maintain contact with your attorney, Mr. Woodrow. So when you come back here in November, folks can have an idea of how this case is going to be handled, whether it's going to go to trial, whether or not, but you need to contact Mr. Woodrow. Keep in contact with Mr. Woodrow about that.
YouTube doesn't allow them on the way I've streamed.
Do you have anything else, sir, Mr. Woodrow?
No, Your Honor, that's all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The way I stream, I cannot activate closed captions on my stream.
It looks like. Okay.
Christopher Greenwood.
Actually, we'll take, is it Shannon Pulley? Can you come on the Zoom call there, please?
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. You're here for, is it Kalani Ortega?
That's correct.
And then I don't see her here. Is she in court, or is you appearing on her behalf through Rule 3.4?
That's correct. It's a 3.4.
And what are you wishing to have happen here today?
We are requesting a continuance. Its speedy trial waiver was already filed. We entered our appearance and requested discovery back on July 30th, but haven't received it yet. Our paralegal is looking into the issue now, since it's obviously been a bit too long. There must be some holdup. So we are requesting continuance so we can track that down.
Sounds like they haven't done anything on the case.
Did you file a waiver?
Yes, the speedy trial waiver was filed, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't get that.
Well, we didn't get the evidence, so now we're even.
It hasn't made it to file yet, which doesn't mean it wasn't filed. But again, speedy trial is 90 days from yesterday. It'd be December 2nd. You agree on the record that we can cancel the court dates and then reset the trial date.
Yes, sir.
And consistent with that expiration date. You agree with that?
I would.
And then if you could follow up and make sure that we actually get the waiver, that would be great also.
Absolutely.
Okay, you just got an email in the chat. If you could send it to there, that would be great.
I see that. Thank you. I will make sure that it's in there.
The new trial date, do a little bit earlier. It'll be November 18th and 19th. And then confirmation will be November 6th. Has your client been getting text reminders as far as you know?
I believe she has, and she's in good communication with me as well.
Okay. Those dates in September will be canceled. We'll see you back here on whatever date. What date did I say?
November
6th will be the next court date.
Thank you very much.
You're free to go, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Mr. Greenwood's had a good laugh there with his girlfriend. Maybe wife. I don't know. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he tied the knot.
Ms. Capone, you said you had some?
Yes, Your Honor, if we could call Mr. Tetragrammaton, number 11 at 9 a.m. He's present in the courtroom.
Hang on just a minute. I messed up my calendar here. Okay, could you repeat that name for me, please?
Tetragrammaton,
And what time?
9 a.m.
Thank you.
Is that a real name, or is that like a code name for D&D?
And this is on for an arraignment. It looks like you've been before the court. Conditions have been set.
I don't think it's negative he's unmarried. I was just commenting on his age. He looked young, but now that I look closer, he's...
Those conditions will remain.
Generally, really, really young people aren't married. That's the only thing I was saying by that. Blame my vision. I think it's a positive to be married personally, because I love it so much. It's been great for me, although other people have different opinions.
And we're going to set court dates. Working backwards, we'll set a trial for December 2nd. Confirmation on November 20th. And a pretrial, we still looking on October 9th? Yep. We're also going to set a pretrial for October 9th at 9:30. And you'll get notice of that. We're going to print you a notice for your court date. And then have you been getting text reminders? I know this is kind of just the start of things. Did you get a text reminder of today's court date?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Do you have a cell phone where we can send it?
Okay. I don't have a cell phone.
That's why you
haven't had a cell phone for 2 years now.
That's why you're not getting
sometimes
text
I wish
messages.
I didn't. You still live on Lemon Road? Is that a good address for you?
It's a good address for me, but I'm not residing there because of the no contact order.
Got it. We want to make sure you're going to get mail.
Yeah, I still go there to get my mail.
Okay.
Whoa, careful. You've got
That's 5645 address.
Is Thurston County Public Defense appointed in this case?
Your Honor, I have internal notes saying that we were, but the docket notes seem to indicate we were not. So if we could take that matter up, I believe Mr. Tetragrammaton is looking for court-appointed counsel.
Okay. I'll appoint Thurston County Public Defense to represent you. You're going to give notice of your court date. And then Ms. Capone, did you give him contact information for your office?
Again, Your Honor, I'm kind of running out of handouts.
If you have some, you can give them up here. We can make copies for you.
Yes.
Which I'm not supposed to. I'm going to get in trouble with everyone back there, but won't be the first time.
If I could email Madam Clerk the handout I give out, or if the court wouldn't mind pointing or printing out.
About 150 copies for me. Please collate and staple as well.
So you're going to get your court date in a minute. You're also going to get contact information for Thurston County Public Defense. Then wait about a week, contact that office and find out who your attorney is, and then consult with him or her about your case.
And then, Your Honor, just for completeness of the record, if we could have the court enter a not guilty plea.
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. All conditions set remain in place.
What's that old copy machine where you have to like turn the wheel?
I didn't see that.
Turn the wheel to make the copies.
Ms. Capone, if you can get that, give that to Mr. Is that Tetragrammaton? Am I saying, is that how I say your last name? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Get the notice and the contact
Mimeograph.
information to Mr. Tetragrammaton. Sorry about that.
He's just trying not to laugh. Every time he says the name, he thinks of Transformers. A mimeograph. I remember my school in elementary school had a mimeograph. It's called a printing press. That's Donnie. It was a Gutenberg. It was Gutenberg brand, I think it was. A Gutenberg brand printing press. Donnie, in high school, I learned to run an A.B. Dick 2-color offset. Was it a 3-color? I think it was a 2-color offset press. So I've run a little bit of printing press. Bless you. Now I see why you're on Zoom and not here in person.
Go get in contact with my office to find out what your attorney's going to be okay.
You may go.
Thank you.
They made some good presses back in the day.
Ms. Capone?
Imagine
Your
there
Honor,
are
if we
still
could
a
call
few
Mr.
out there
Campbell's
running.
matter, he is number 4 at the 9 a.m. present in the courtroom. Take a seat. And Mr. Campbell similarly was requesting court-appointed counsel. I do have some updated financial information, but we were not appointed to him at his first appearance.
Mr.
He's
Greenwood's
on
like,
for a pre-trial.
what is my brother doing here?
When's his
looks just like me
trial set? You're David Campbell, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that I saw a date set when I last looked.
This afternoon, we expect
So it looks
the
like
trial
we're
to
running
start
90
for
days
Mr. Redden,
from August 28th.
who at a prior court appearance jumped over the bench and attacked the
We're gonna
judge
give you
in Las Vegas.
3 days. So August 28th, speedy trial expires on November 26th. So what we're going to do for you is we're going to set trial date on November 18th with confirmation on November 6th. And then we're going to give you a pre-trial date about 4 weeks from today. So your next court date, well, we'll just go October 9th. That's fine. That's 5 weeks. At 9:30. Your next court date, is the one you need to worry about most right now is October 9th at 9:30. I have appointed Thurston County Public Defense to represent you. Ms. Capone's going to give you contact for her office. Wait about a week till someone's assigned to your case. Contact that office, and you can discuss your case with whoever's assigned to represent you. All right?
All right. Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Wait a minute. You're going to get the notice. Once you get the notice, you're free to go. And a plea of not guilty has already been entered. And wait a minute.
Wait. There's a warrant. Bailiffs, grab him. Just kidding.
We're running from August 26th, but those trial dates are still within the 90 days.
Jerry Simmons just showed up. New attorney has some business before the court. Mr. Greenwood's hoping it's his attorney.
And Ms. Rowe, do you have a long time ago, you said you had a quick one. Do you have cases that are ready?
Ms. Rowe comes in with a quickie.
And Your Honor,
there she is.
I have one as well. If Ms. Rowe has a lot, I'm waiting to go back to number 4.
I have no problem with Ms. Simmons going first, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. I appreciate that.
We've seen Ms. Rowe in a couple trials up here.
Ms. Simmons, who do you wish to call?
Mr. Greenwood, Your Honor, is
There we
present
go.
on Zoom. He is number 5 on the 9 a.m. calendar.
He looks
here for his
frozen,
first
but he's
pretrial
actually here.
today.
What are you asking to have happen today?
Nope.
I'm just asking
not
to
here.
keep the date, Your Honor. I tried to have a breakout room with him, but he didn't join, so. And I don't
Mr. Greenwood, are you on the Zoom call there?
He's been
I
here
don't
all
know if he
morning.
just dropped off, Your
He's
Honor.
been here all morning. He
Disappeared
misses
from
his
my
call.
screen.
No.
I don't see him. Okay, we'll leave that trial date set. His next court date is November 6th. We'll see him on that date. You get a hold of him. If he comes back on, I'll tell him what happens.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate it. Thank you
Sat
for your
here all
graciousness,
morning.
Ms. Rowe, and whatever other
3
counsel was
seconds
waiting. I
before
appreciate
court,
it.
his feed drops.
Ms. Rowe?
Yes, Your Honor.
That
Thank
was
you. I have one. Oh, I have more than one ready. But if we could first address the Geraldine Yates, it should be quick and easy. I believe the state has a motion.
What time is that
Quick and
person
easy.
scheduled to be here?
10 o'clock in courtroom 2. Yeah,
Okay, no, I know what courtroom I'm in. I just need to know where it is on the calendar.
Number 7.
I know what courtroom I'm in.
Geraldine Yates.
Got it. What's happening with that case, Mr. Lindgren?
Your Honor, the state intends to dismiss this case without prejudice. However, this is something I'm learning about pretty recently, so I haven't got a rescission order ready for the NCO, but it's forthcoming.
Okay, is Ms. Gates here?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Well,
okay. This case will be dismissed. I'll let her know if she shows up. Let me know when
judge now holding notes for two
that
defendants
rescission order is ready.
Who missed their case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bless you.
And then case, there's someone on a phone number ending in 727. Who is that?
Jennifer Haggard.
Okay, just stand by for a moment, ma'am. Ms.
Yes.
Rowe, did you have others?
I do, Your Honor. If we could next call Miss Tompkins. Miss Tompkins is present on Zoom, and we are simply asking the court to keep the date set. Her next court date is October 16th for confirmation.
Shannon Tompkins, can you come on the Zoom call, please?
I am. My video is not working. My phone's been messed up.
All right. So it looks like you're here. Are both those cases set for November 16th there, Ms. Rowe?
I believe so. They have been tracking together, but I couldn't tell you for certain though.
October 16th. So ma'am, Ms. Tompkins, you don't need to worry about your video here for today. Your next court date is October 16th at 10:30. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You know how to get a hold of Ms. Rowe there?
Yes, I do.
It'd be really important for you to talk to her before your next court date so everyone's on the same page as to where this case is headed.
Okay.
You're free to leave the Zoom call.
Okay.
Ms. Rowe?
Yes, Your Honor. If we could next call
She's clearing out her docket here.
Ariana Davis. I am not expecting Miss Davis to be here. She's actually in custody.
Where is she on the calendar?
She is, oops, I'm sorry.
If she is here, she's broken out of custody.
She is number 1 on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Okay, well, that's we can deal with the ones later.
Okay.
I
no
want to deal
problem.
with the people who are actually calendared now. We can come to that later if we wish.
I understand, Your Honor. I do have 2 change of pleas, but they have recently just been sent to the DPAs. So what I'll likely do is just pass and let someone else go.
Mr. Hofstad, do you have a case that's ready? Then I'll come back to you.
I do, Your Honor. Ashley Bloom on Zoom, 10 o'clock confirmation.
Ashley.
And then what's happening today?
I believe the state's filed a motion to continue here.
What's your position on that request?
We're not necessarily opposed to it, Your Honor. I think I'll just defer to the court on it. We were frankly hoping to get this thing resolved today. I didn't learn until yesterday that the prior DPA had left the office. We were actively negotiating last week, and then I found out yesterday that he was no longer there. So I think the new DPA and I need to discuss the situation. I'm hoping we can resolve it short of trial, but I also don't feel like
we don't need to go too far then. Reset it about a month, maybe?
I think that's been the state's request, so that's fine.
So, Ms. Bloom, today is September 4th. I'm going to do confirmation on October 9th with trial on October 14th and 15th.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's fine.
Is those ready to work for you there, Mr. Hofstad?
It does, and that'd be 10 o'clock on the 9th.
Whoa.
It can be, I guess. Yeah, for confirmation, it can be.
Okay.
And then Ms. Bloom, before you go, have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
I have not.
You have a cell phone, we could send them to you.
Yes. The phone
What
number
is that?
253
867 5309.
Okay.
Supposed to be 2 cases on the other one.
Which one?
Oh gosh.
What?
Man, 30 injured in that shooting?
He only has 1 case. Okay. Okay, ma'am. It sounds like it'd be pretty important for you to maintain contact with your attorney. He's speaking with the prosecutor, and then he's going to need to speak with you. So make sure you maintain good contact with Mr. Hofstad there.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then you may both go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Green, are you here for a case? Jason Green?
Good morning, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Yes, good morning, sir. I am here with Tommy Gubara in State v. Gubara.
And it's on for trial confirmation?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the state has a motion.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's seeking a good cause continuance in this matter for the same reasons as the other continuances earlier. I can put that on the record if you need.
Mr. Green? You have
Yes, sir.
You have a response to their request or a set over?
Yes, sir. I'll just make a brief record. I mean, totally understand DPA Lindgren's situation. I understand that DPA Robbins somewhat abruptly departed with some work in progress. This is one of those cases we had a heavily negotiated diversion agreement prepared and ready for the court, and assurances from DPA Robbins. And I understand he's not here to speak to it, but ready to go for this hearing, if not sooner. So this is a bit of a surprise. And again, I would note, we understand it's, DPA Lindgren's doing the best he can to catch up with the docket. I would note for the record, Your Honor, regarding prejudice, it's not just prejudice to the accused's ability to defend himself at trial. There's other factors the court looks at. I would note that this is a U.S. soldier in the United States Army on active duty. As the court's aware, dual jurisdiction, the Army sits and waits steadfastly for civilian proceedings to play out usually. And that's what they're doing here. And the court is probably aware, but in the process, a soldier sits administratively flagged in a bit of limbo with his entire life while these proceedings hang. So while a soldier shouldn't get special treatment, this is a form of prejudice to this soldier, in which Tommy Debora is an active duty soldier. And we would ask the court to note that if the court's not going to dismiss with prejudice, we would ask to get this redocketed as soon as possible.
Let me ask Mr. Lindgren. So are you telling me that you had a deal worked out with Mr. Robbins, and then yes or no?
Affirmative, sir. And we had gone back and forth on the terms. He represented to me that he spoke with the victim. We talked multiple times. He emailed me in the middle of August, let me know he was leaving, and furthermore reassured me. And again, I'm not dragging him through the mud here without him present to speak to it, but these are just facts.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Well, let me hear from Mr. Lindgren. Are you aware of this?
I was aware, Your Honor, that there had been negotiations. I wasn't aware that any agreement had been reached or that they were nailed.
So what we can do there, Mr. Green and Mr. Lindgren, is you can just not continue it right now. Strike the panel, recognizing it's not going to trial. Leave the next court date, which is October 9th on, for just for disposition as of right now. And if Mr. Lindgren can bring himself up to speed just with regard to this disposition, can enter that disposition then on September 9th. And then if it doesn't work out, then the state's motion to continue can be ruled on at that time.
Okay. Is there any way the court could escalate that to a sooner slot on the docket? Because it sounds like we had a lot of good faith on this deal, so I'm hoping we can work this out a lot sooner.
I mean, that's next Monday, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at October 9th, Your Honor. I apologize. So
that was my mistake. I said October 9th.
Okay. So
and that's Monday, my fault. No, it's September 9th. That was my mistake.
Anytime the court or the state would please, we can be available Monday, Your Honor.
So it'd be September 9th at 9 a.m. We'll just leave that court date set. Strike the panel. It's not going to trial, but you can track down and go from there. And Joe, do you guys know how to talk to each other?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you back here on September.
Like
That was my mistake. I made a mistake on that. 9th at 9 a.m.
I'm just guessing that Eric Burson is a
Roger, that's it for today
hypnotist.
there, Mr. Gabera. We'll see you back here on Monday at 9 a.m. As of right now, that'll be in courtroom number 4, but that may change if all the trials go off. But just Mr. Green, Mr. Lindgren, you guys talk before then and see where everything's at.
Will do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
If Mr. Burson says, look deeply into my eyes, everyone just shut your eyes and look away. It's a trap. He's trying to hypnotize you. Oh, Ms. Rowe's back. Ms. Rowe, welcome. Live from the mudroom.
Ms. Capone, you have cases that are ready.
I do, Your Honor, but I see Mr. Pilon joined us with a client. I'm happy to defer to him.
The buttons on his shirt
Mr.
are off.
Pilon?
Look, his shirt buttons are
Very
crooked.
nice of you. Thank you. Good morning, Judge.
He's rebuttoning his shirt.
If the court's inclined, I have Raquel Engelbert. It should be on for trial status. This would be her second court date with me, her first court date with me, her second court date on this case since her arraignment. This is a DV case. I think it is highly resolvable. Miss Engelbert is currently seeking a mental health assessment, which I think is going to go a long way in resolving this. We are going to need a little bit more time, obviously, to get that done. So in the interim, I am going to ask for a continuance. Given that we are close to trial, I had a conversation with my client yesterday regarding her speedy trial rights. And we are requesting a continuance, and she is comfortable with waiving her speedy trial rights and resetting her speedy trial on a 90-day track with a commencement date of today. And I believe that would put her on for December 3rd as the new expiration date.
I agree with that. Did you file a written waiver?
No, and I will. I'll be probably by the courthouse later today. I can bring one in,
If you could,
and I can
that would be
indicate
great.
that my client's appeared on Zoom and is in agreement.
You understand all that, Ms. Engelbert?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this a case the state was going to ask to set over anyway?
Yes.
All right. So your new trial date is going to be December 2nd. Your confirmation date is November 20th. You know, you mentioned resolution there, Mr. Pilon. Do you want an intervening plea trial, or you just want to wait till November 20th and handle any sort of possible resolution then?
I'd like a pre-trial maybe in about 3 weeks. There's a family law case and a civil.
How about October 9th, which is a little bit more than 3 weeks?
There's a resolution. We can always renote it.
Okay, October 9th, okay? You broke up and I didn't hear you. So again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm proposing October 9th. Does that work for you?
It's a little further than I would want, but we'll take it if that's what the court has.
Yeah, we'll do October 9th at 9:30. And if you get something in place, you can bring it back earlier on a Wednesday. Contact the court.
Will do. Thank you, Judge. And I'll get that waiver
at 11.
Teresa.
It'll be at 11 a.m.
11 a.m. And I think that my client gets notice
November
on her
20th
phone,
and
but
December
maybe we can
2nd.
confirm that.
I was going to ask that. You anticipated my next question. Ms. Engelbert, have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's it for today. You and Mr. Pilon are free to leave the Zoom call.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, counsel, as well.
Ms. Capone.
Your Honor, if we could call Mr. Carlson's matter, he's number 3 at 9:30 present in the courtroom.
Okay, I've got to run really quickly. I've got some breaking news to tell you when I get back.
That's right, Your
hold
Honor,
on
and
just
I'm
one second.
filling in for Attorney of Record, Ms. Lush. We're just asking the court to maintain dates. Confirmation is set for October 18th.
So, Mr. Carlson, we'll see you back here. Did you say October 18th?
Yes.
That's a Friday. Unless it was Miss.
I'm going off another attorney's notes, so I could double check it.
That's worth double checking. We can leave that, I guess.
With trial for the 28th.
This is one of those that was initially not filed as a DV, then probably. No, he didn't realize. We'll just leave that set there then. What's the relationship between the alleged victim and the And Mr. Carlson, are they roommates?
Your Honor, I don't know the facts of the case.
Mr. Lindgren?
I don't have this one on my calendar, Your Honor, so I'm not familiar with it either.
All right. We'll see you back on October 18th. That'll be a Friday. Have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
No, I haven't.
Do you have a cell phone where we could send them to you?
Yes, I do. And Your Honor, I can send that to Madam Clerk.
Okay. Do you know how to get a hold of your attorney, Ms. Lesh?
I have a number that I can call. She gave me a number I can call.
Mr. Greenwood is back. But now he's on Google Pixel 8a.
Make sure you talk with her before your next court date.
Okay.
So we have some breaking news in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed case. Let's
maybe leave out the gum the next time you're in court.
What?
I said, and maybe leave out the gum the next time you're in court.
Okay.
Mr. Burson.
Can you mute Mr. Burson, please? Thank you. We're going to get you're free to go. And so your next court date was October 18th. You'll get a text reminder of it.
Okay.
All right, we're going to pause this right here. Pause, and we're going to go. Let's go here on full screen. How about that? All right, here we go. Look, my bed's made. I made that myself. I'll have you know. I'm reading an update. This is on the Hannah Gutierrez Reed case. She was the armorer in the Rust trial. There's a new motion that just got filed here. Let me actually see if I can get this on screen because it's a bit longer than I want to hold my phone for. Send this to the MacBook Air. All right, and let's bring up another window. Let you read along with me so we can see this together. All right, there we are. And run to A. State of New Mexico against Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Unopposed motion to request plea hearing. Defendant Hannah Gutierrez Reed, by and through her counsel of record, Jason Bowles of Bowles Law Firm, hereby moves this court to request this court ought, I think it means to schedule a plea hearing, and in support of her motion states as follows. 1, Ms. Hannah Gutierrez Reed is charged with unlawful carrying of a firearm in a licensed liquor establishment by grand jury indictment filed on November 16th, 2023. And 2, Ms. Gutierrez Reed has accepted a plea agreement. Please see attached agreement. Ms. Gutierrez Reed requests this court to schedule a plea hearing. Undersigned is unavailable for plea hearing on the following dates: September 5th, September 6th, September 9th, September 10th, September 13th. Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey does not oppose this request. Oh, we know all about Carrie Morrissey. Wherefore, Ms. Gutierrez Reed respectfully requests this court to schedule a plea hearing. Plea and disposition agreement. State of New Mexico, defendant agreed to the following disposition of the above styled case. The defendant agrees to plead guilty to the following offenses: unlawful carrying of a firearm in a licensed liquor establishment, as charged in count 1 of the indictment in cause D101 CR 2003-418. Filed on November 16th, 2023, a 4th degree felony occurring on or about October 1st, 2021, contrary to New Mexico state law. The terms: this agreement is made according to the following conditions. Sentencing agreement. The parties agree that defendant shall receive a sentence of 18 months of supervised probation that may be transferred to Arizona subject to the requirements of the Interstate Compact. The parties further agree the defendant shall receive a deferred sentence pursuant to the law on condition of successful completion of 18 months of supervised probation. If the defendant becomes incarcerated in the Department of Corrections due to a violation of her terms of probation, she shall be subject to a 1-year term of parole. If applicable, while on probation, the defendant shall obey all laws and shall fully comply with all the rules, regulations, and recommendations of probation as determined by adult probation and parole. In addition to the standard conditions of probation, the following conditions of probation and recommendations for parole, should it later become applicable, shall apply. 1, the defendant shall not possess firearms or ammunition and shall not reside in a residence where firearms are present. 2, the defendant shall not consume alcohol or illegal drugs and shall be subject to random urinalysis to ensure compliance. 3, the defendant shall enter and successfully complete any treatment or counseling program as recommended by his probation officer. I think he means her, or parole officer or treatment provider. 4, the defendant shall submit a DNA sample sufficient for entry into CODIS pursuant to the state law and shall pay the $100 DNA fee. 5, the defendant shall pay the $75 Crime Victims Reparations Commission fee as well as the $5 Domestic Violence Fund fee as to each count. Penalties. The maximum penalties for these crimes are, on count 1, carrying an unlawful firearm in a licensed liquor establishment, a 4th-degree felony offense, basic sentence of 18 months imprisonment followed by 1 year of parole, and not more than a $5,000 fine as to each count. Any basic sentence for a felony may be altered up to 1/3 for aggravating or mitigating circumstances. The defendant, if convicted, shall provide a sample of biological material sufficient for DNA testing, pay the $100 fee to the New Mexico Department of Corrections for the combined DNA index system, and all according to law. Potential incarceration. If the court accepts this agreement, the defendant will be ordered to serve a period of probation. Within 24 hours, defendant must check into probation at the Probation and Parole Office upon her release from the New Mexico Department of Corrections. If the probation is later violated in any way, the state may seek to incarcerate defendant for the balance of the sentence and impose habitual offender enhancements as provided for by law. If defendant is incarcerated on a serious violent offense pursuant to the state law as amended, then the statutory provisions as to earned meritorious deductions shall apply. Good behavior. Cap. Any cap or other limitation on incarceration shall be a limitation on imprisonment only at initial sentencing. If defendant violates any of the conditions listed in the sentencing agreement section above, the state may recommend a sentence and the court may impose a sentence of imprisonment without considering the limitation. Charges to be dismissed, not applicable. Restitution, if applicable, restitution will be ordered in accordance with the law. Defendant, in cooperation with probation and parole authorities, will prepare a restitution plan to be incorporated into the court's sentence. Defendant agrees to make restitution payments on all charges arising out of these DA file numbers, even if those charges are dismissed or not filed because of this agreement. Defendant agrees not to discharge the restitution obligation in bankruptcy. Waiver of in-person confrontation at future probation revocation hearing. So she waives that right. Hang on. Stipulations. Time limits. Just until the court accepts or rejects. Waiver of defenses and appeal. Unless this appeal is rejected or withdrawn, defendant gives up all motions, defenses, objections, or requests which defendant has made or could make concerning the court's entry of judgment. She's basically pleading guilty. Effect on the charging document. If the plea is withdrawn, original charges are automatically reinstated. Rejection of the plea. If the court makes changes to that, then she might withdraw her plea. And they agree that it's all correct. Failure to appear for any pre-sentence interview, 60-day diagnostic evaluation, or other scheduled hearing would cause this to be withdrawn, as well as any additional violation of federal, state, or local laws, violation of any condition of release, parole, or probation, or failure to comply with any applicable court orders, or fail to turn myself in and beginning to serving any period of incarceration as court ordered. And I believe that the official one is signed by Hannah Gutierrez Reed on that one. I reviewed the plea and disposition agreement with my client. I've discussed this case. So this is not the shooting case. This is her carrying a gun in a liquor establishment, and she's going to take a plea deal, which will give her 18 months of probation, if I read this correctly, which begins when she's out of incarceration, which I don't know how much longer she has, but it's not a lot. I don't think it's a lot. All right. Let me go back and see what's up with Thurston.
Ms. Capone?
If we could call Mr. Burrows matter, he's number 3 at 9 a.m. appearing via Zoom.
Where's Mr. Burrows?
This is on for an arraignment. Michael Burrow.
Oh,
looks like he's been before the court.
Camouflage.
Conditions have been set. Has an attorney been appointed?
Your Honor, I believe counsel was denied. I have some updated financial information and he's asking the court to reconsider.
Mr. Burrow, can you come on the Zoom call, please?
He is.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Mr. Burrow indicates that he's working. He makes about $19 an hour. He does support an 8-year-old child. He was previously denied court-appointed counsel. He's asking the court to reconsider. If the court is not inclined to appoint counsel, perhaps with a small fine, the court would be willing to appoint my office.
I'll appoint Thurston County Public Defense to represent. Looks like they were. Michael Burrow. Yeah, he got public defense was appointed on August 28th.
Right.
Oh, well, then it says CAC appointed in error. I'm not sure exactly what that meant, other than to say, I am going to appoint public defense now. We'll run 90 days. And sorry, I was distracted there.
And Mr. Burrow is aware of his rights. We'd ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty. We also submitted a declaration of non-surrender and he authorized me to sign.
Hang on just a minute. So there's Google Pixel 8a. What's your name there with the sweatshirt?
Michael Burrow.
No, whether it got the Washington sweatshirt on there. Yeah, you, sir. What's your name? I can't, you're muted. You need to unmute yourself.
He missed his hearing. He doesn't know he missed his
hearing.
hearing.
With that case? What do we do with that?
I don't know what that
Yeah, we did that.
Chris Greenwood.
Okay, hang on there just a minute.
My Google Pixel other phone, it's stuck on preparing meetings, so I got to get on my wife's
Okay, so
phone.
here's the thing. What's that? We just said. Yeah. So your attorney was here earlier, and we just struck today's date. Your next court date will be your next court date. You need to appear on that date. Do you understand that? And do you know when that date is?
I do not. I was participating in the court hearing, and then my phone just started buffering out, and it just now connected.
Okay, so hang on just a minute. Nope, you're fine.
Okay.
I'll tell you when your court. Have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
I don't need that. No.
You don't need that?
I don't need the text. No, if you just tell me, I'll record it and be there.
Okay. A lot of people like it just because it helps them remind them of things.
Well,
but your
phone
next
doesn't
court
work.
date looks like November 6th at 10 a.m.
It's his wife, by the way. He said wife.
Copy that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And so I want to give you just a little pointer for being on Zoom. You know, when you were holding your phone, you're about an inch away from the camera. So all I could see was the back of your hand, which is just covering the camera. And it was a little distracting for everybody. At least it was distracting for me. I can only speak for myself. So just want to remember, how you're presenting when you're on camera there. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. My apologies.
No, that's all right. You're free to go. We'll see you back here in November.
Thank you, Your Honor. God bless you.
Mr. Burrow, I
He was
will
here
appoint
all
Thurston
morning,
County
and
Public
you
Defense
had
to
to rip on
represent
him for
and,
how he holds the phone.
He needs to. Well, trial date is today the arraignment.
Now
It is the arraignment. So we'll set confirmation on November 20th, trial on December 2nd. We can do a pre-trial on October 9th. What's the best time on October 9th? At 9:30. Have you been getting text reminders of court dates there, Mr. Burrow?
No, sir.
You have a cell phone, or could you
I
provide?
can share that with Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
So Ms. Capone is going to provide the cell phone to you, so you should start getting text reminders. Your mailing address still on Johnson Creek Road Southeast in Tenino?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's still here. He
Okay.
can't quit.
For completeness of the record, if we could have a not guilty plea entered.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. I was distracted, as you heard. Plea of not guilty will be entered, and we'll see you back here on October 9th.
Okay, thank you.
Mariah Knight
You're
was
free to leave
posing
the
with
Zoom
fire
call.
extinguisher.
Okay, have a good
There
day.
she is.
You're welcome. And Mr. Green, I see is still on the Zoom call as well. You're free to leave if you wish, if you don't have any other cases.
You can also stay and watch court. I mean, that's.
And Ms. Capone.
Your Honor, I'm happy to defer to other counsel.
Okay. Mr. Pizderka? I think Ms. Rowe has some. Oh, go ahead. I'll come from you.
I have one.
What do you have that's ready?
pretty quick. Miss Leah Anger on the 10 a.m. calendar. She's present in court.
This is on for confirmation.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd be asking to strike the jury trial dates, but leave the Monday date in place for a change of plea. We have an agreement. We're hoping to enter into it today. It seems that Mr. Lindgren, in the handoff from Mr. Robbins, just missing a few notes, needs to confirm a few things, but we should be able to proceed with the resolution on Monday.
So you need to be back here on Monday at 9 a.m. Do you understand that? It's not going to be in this courtroom. It might, well, keep in contact with Mr. Pazderka. He'll tell you where to go. Okay, and you'll get a text reminder. You may go. Thank you. When the panel be stricken, we'll settle on for a change of plea.
That's all
Mr. Reardon, do you have a case that's ready?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Your Honor. I can call
Hi there.
the Sheriff Bellig matter from the 10:30 docket.
10:30. They've hardly waited for anything.
Are you here for Mr. Crone?
That's correct, Your Honor. I'm standing in for Attorney Record Jay Crone. And as far as the case, we are asking for a continuance. There's another case that's pending with a trial confirmation hearing on October 30th at 2 o'clock. And so our preference would just be to have this matter track along with that and be set for the same date if at all possible. Thank you.
Give me just a second.
Judge is distracted again.
What's that? I don't see him. Are you appearing on her behalf through Rule 3.4?
That's correct, Your Honor. I should have made that record, but this is a 3.4 appearance. We do have.
I see. So the DUI, is this all part of the same incident?
It is, Your Honor, and that's why we're hoping for it to track. There is the two separate charges, but it is the same incident.
Got it. And so confirmation set on October 30th with trial on November 6th and 7th?
Correct, Your Honor.
State any objection to joining these?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll just go ahead and move this trial to November 6th and 7th with confirmation on October 30th, and we'll just go from there.
Sounds great, Your Honor. Thank you.
And then, hang on just a second. Is trial set on this case now?
Yes.
When is that?
9.
So we'll strike the trial dates in here, find good cause to marry this up with the other case and go from there.
That sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
So it'll be excluded from the speedy trial. Okay. You may go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Ms. Rowe, do you have some cases?
Yes, Your Honor, but if I could, well, let me inquire. I don't think my client, Mr. Nyshik, has logged on yet. I would request a quick breakout room with Mr. Burson.
Okay.
Mr. Burson.
So, Mr. Burson, you're going to go into
The
a breakout.
hypnotist.
You're going to get invited into a breakout room with your attorney, and you can meet with her. You have a case that's ready? Or, okay.
And Your Honor, I was also informed I have a client present in person there. Could the court inquire who that might
What's the
be?
name?
I don't know.
Well, I can't inquire if I don't know.
I'm sorry. I got an email, a chat from Miss Bozo saying I have a client there, but I don't know who it is.
So, Mr. Gallagher's here for confirmation. You want to come on up and take a seat?
That's who my client is?
He just told me he's representing himself.
I don't know who she is, Your Honor.
I don't know who she is, Your Honor, he says.
Okay, well, let's yeah. So this is on for confirmation.
Attorney Rose, like, am I representing him? I don't even know anything about this. Judge is distracted again. Judge is not in a good mood. Not sure why. She may be in an RV.
So, Mr. Gallagher, this is on for confirmation. You have two cases here. Assault in the 4th degree and resisting arrest and several violations of a no contact order. No contact order has since been removed. The state has made a motion to continue these trials. Did you get it? Did you get that motion?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then you have, well, just, I'll let you speak, but it just.
Not yet.
I guess what's your response for, could you mute up Ms. Gannon, please? Thank you. Give me just a second.
Judge Meyer is ornery today. Somebody send him a stickers. Can we do that? Can we like Uber?
Go ahead.
Stickers
You wanted to say
court?
something?
Yes, Your Honor. This appointment was, so the state had offered a deal to reach pretrial services diversion, which I have accepted the plea 3 weeks ago. Who
were you speaking with there?
That was Mr. Robbins.
Great. Okay, continue.
Yeah, that's where I'm in this predicament today.
All right.
3 weeks ago at my previous court date, that was the date that I was supposed to enter diversion. I had the pretrial diversion officer here, but unfortunately there was documents that hadn't been submitted and received yet. So
that's why he quit.
What day was that?
I believe it was the 14th of August.
Got it.
So we had to reschedule for today, and I immediately submitted all those documents that were required.
What documents were those?
Those were the waivers, the waiver of the speedy trial. Let me see here, the waiver of no jury trial.
Right, all the documentation?
Yeah, that you.
And where is that? I don't see that. Who'd you give it to?
I sent it to Mr. Robbins. I sent it to
Everyone's
Michael.
using the Robbins excuse.
Michael.
Because he
from
just
the
quit.
pretrial diversion.
Got it.
I'm sorry, I don't know his last name.
So hang on just a second. So let me talk with him for a second.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Lindgren.
I am aware that Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Robbins were discussing this deal and that they were very close to an agreement, or that's just what he told me. I hadn't sort of seen what you're talking about. I got the first contact back from his PTS officer this morning. And so I haven't spoken to PTS. I haven't seen a potential agreement. I have no intention of getting in the way of the negotiations here, but we're not ready to enter.
So you're not alone in this, for lack of a better term, predicament. And that you're not the first person who's come here and said, hey, we had something worked out with Mr. Robbins and now Mr. Robbins gone. So what? And then Mr. Lindgren, who's new to the case, says, yeah, I'm not really up to speed on this. So what we've been doing, and I would do the same thing for you, and that is your trial's set. We'll strike the trial date knowing that it won't go to trial, but we'll leave that court date set for Monday, October, whatever day that was.
Thank you, Kaylee.
No, I keep saying October. I don't know why I do that. September. Right now, today is September 4th.
I can't show some of those
to be September,
but I have been watching them.
I'll make sure I got this right.
Appreciate the 4 months.
Yeah, September 9th. So your trial is supposed to be the 9th, which is in, next Monday, right? We can
I'm not sure about that.
Well, I am. It is. And so we can just leave that court
I am.
date set, strike the trial date, give Mr. Lindgren an opportunity to track down that agreement,
Welcome
and then enter
to the
that
gallery.
agreement on Monday.
Okay, I have provided the agreement to Mr. Lindgren.
No, you have?
Yes.
Great.
And
Well, maybe, can we do that now?
This Mr.
And if
Robbins thing
not,
has thrown
you
this
need to
court into a
run this- You need to
tailspin.
check on it. I mean,
I also have a copy of it.
I know, I understand that, but is Mr. Robbins sign off on it?
It's from Mr. Robbins.
Okay. Did
Who was
Mr. Robbins
representing the
sign off
state.
on it? What's that?
Who was
Mr.
representing the
Robbins,
state?
Do you have an email from Mr.
Documentation,
Robbins?
yes.
Okay. Why don't you take
And
that
he
email and show Mr.
indicated that this was an offer from the state.
Go ahead, why don't you give that to Mr. Lindgren there?
Mr. Robbins gave out all sorts of sweetheart deals to everybody and then
I
quit.
emailed it to you this morning. Yeah, nice. Okay.
Okay, while he's reviewing that, we have an update.
I'm also concerned, Your Honor, of the fact of any kind of continuance. I believe we're at day 85.
Right. Well, yes. And so, whatever the day, speedy trial.
I think it was 90 days from
90 days from your arraignments, and your arraignment was on September 12th.
Yeah. Well, June 12th.
June 12th, you're right.
Correct.
So it means speedy trial, again, just guessing.
July, August,
speedy
September.
trial would expire on September 10th. Your trial is scheduled to start on September 9th, which is Monday, which would be in time. I can, in certain circumstances, find good cause to, there's a lot of discretion involved in the speedy trial. I can find good cause to go beyond that. The whole switch out in attorneys is generally considered good cause. So I can do that. But at the other hand, if you, I don't want to inconvenience you, if you had an agreement worked out and Mr. Link, but I don't want to force Mr. Lindgren into doing anything he doesn't want to do either. And so kind of as a compromise thing, I'd say is, hey, give him a chance to look at this for a couple of days, get up to speed. And I have no reason to doubt you that this was an agreement that was going to be set in place. We'll just do the agreement on Monday. That would be my suggestion, which would mean you'd have to come back one more time, but you wouldn't have to wait another month or two, which is what they're originally
You'd
wanting.
be back here in court
So
anyway.
what say all of you to that?
That's fine with us, Your Honor. We'd like to get it done quickly too.
Mr. Gallagher?
If that's the situation, I'll miss, every time I have to come to court, Your Honor, I have to sacrifice a day's pay, and I work for the railroad, so I don't really have a set schedule. I work on call, so more than likely I have to take like 3 days off because I get called out of town to operate trains.
Can you appear through Zoom? Now that you have the document that's here, you can Zoom in. You can just call in.
Sure.
And then, so you don't actually appreciate you here in person.
Mr. Andrew, because isn't here either. And
What's
I
that?
believe my PTS officer was.
He doesn't need to be.
Okay, I thought he wanted to be here. That's
Well, he
why.
can't. He can be. It's up to him. He doesn't need to be.
Okay, no problem. I just didn't know if he wanted to be here. Last I talked to him, it sounded like he wanted to be here. So that is fine. Yeah, I mean, that is fine.
Hang on just a second.
Yeah, the light was turning red.
This is a mess. This court is a mess. Okay, so he's got to come back to court. We're going to cut. I've got an update.
And
I've got to share with you.
so, Mr. Gallagher, you're here on two cases. You have another case set out a little bit further on the violation of no contact orders. But this agreement you spoke of, this encompasses everything, right?
That is
So-
correct, Your Honor.
And the no
Sorry.
contact orders. So we can put them all on
What
Monday
just happened?
and resolve all business Monday. Which you could, again, frankly, if we're up to me, which it's not, I'd make everyone be up here in person because Zoom is driving me nuts these days.
All right, hold on. Hello? Hello? They hung up. All right, we're hold on. This court is a mess. I have to give you this update that we just heard about the shooting in Georgia. A mom went into labor and gave birth on the football field at Appalachia High this morning. Sheriff Judd Smith, news conference at 4 P.S. It's pronounced wind like wind, wind like wind your watch. Winder. Borrow as a point borrow. I don't know how to say that one. Alaska. Thank you for the updates. Yes, so the latest I've seen is that 4 people are dead, 9 taken to regional hospitals. They say 30 injuries, but that could have been like from a crowd of people running and somebody bumping their arm or tripping and falling. There could be a lot, but apparently somebody gave birth during that. What they were all rushed out to the hospital. Probably, I'm guessing, a teacher or a parent. The jumper trials this afternoon out of Las Vegas. We've got about 2 or 3 hours before that starts. It's a late start there, but I wanted to give you that update. Stress-induced birth, not ideal situation. Let me just say, for anyone who has given birth, a football field is probably not the place you want to do it, especially during a mass shooting. Talk about the stress. that is crazy. So we'll hear more about that. All right, let's jump back up to court
of some kind
and see if the judges
Ms. Ganem here. You're muted if you're speaking to me and if you're there.
I am here, Your Honor. Thank you.
And then who you're here for? Paul Trimble?
I am, Your Honor. I'm appearing on behalf of him via 3.4. This was currently set for readiness today. I believe the state had filed a motion to continue.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. We would like to reset it to another readiness, though.
Okay. Trimble, number 7 at 10:30. So we'll set for confirmation on October 23rd. Trial on November 4th.
The new boondocks are basically the court records
Have a good
for
day.
behavior.
And
trial
you are free to
calculations.
go. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
I think you're free to go, Ms. Ganem.
The new
Not only
boondocks
from
are just
me,
the
but from
records that
somebody
show
else on
that
your
her and her
phone there.
lawyer are fighting at the jail.
Thank you.
That's it.
You may
Arguing.
go.
Where did Maria Knight go?
Another reason why I love Zoom so much. People are in 3 different courtrooms all at the same time. Not you folks, though. Ms. Rowe, do you have a case that's ready? She's not even there. Ms. Capone, do you have a case that's ready?
Does the court know what the matter of corrections is for?
I think Miss
Say that
Maria
again, please.
didn't realize that her camera was on her.
I don't.
During that.
This might be a case that was set over to 1:30. Hidden Quality Corrections, what's your name?
It's Zachary Miller, Your Honor. I'm supposed to be in Veterans Court.
Oh, okay. You need to be in courtroom number 1 then.
Right. That's what I was trying to tell the corrections, but for some reason the link is not popping up, so I don't know what's going on, Your Honor.
Okay. So thank you. Yeah, that's courtroom number 1. Is anybody there from corrections within the sound of my voice?
CO. Judge.
Judge
One
wants
second,
to
Your
talk
Honor.
to you. CO.
Sure.
CO Judge. Judge CO. I told you.
Hi there. He needs to be in courtroom number 1. If you could log into courtroom number 1, that would be great.
Yes, sir. I just sent the email to the court.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, sir.
You're free to leave this Zoom call.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Ms. Rowe, do you have cases that are ready?
I do, Your Honor.
Who is that?
If we could call Mr. Burson.
Oh, I'm on the wrong side.
He is present right there on Zoom. There's
He's
been a
here for
motion filed on Mr. Burson's case. And in this case, we are not objecting to the continuance request from the state.
Mr. Burson is trying to figure out why one side of his shirt is like 5 inches longer than the other side.
Shit.
So we'll strike the panel, reset confirmation or
Maria
reset
is having a
trial
bad
date
morning.
for October 21st and 22nd. Confirmation on October 16th.
At what time, Your Honor?
Well, the trial will be at 9 a.m.
Yes,
October
yes, I
16th,
meant
we
the
could do
16th.
confirmation at 9 a.m. also.
I meant on the 16th.
Yes, in person.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it at 10.
Okay, October 16th at 10 a.m. is the confirmation, and then trial dates will be at 9 a.m. So his next court date is October 16th at 10 a.m. Mr. Burson, have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
No, I need to switch my information, I think.
What's your cell phone number?
360
867-5309.
204. So 399.
867-5309.
All right. So your trial date's going to be reset. This will be excluded from speedy trial calculation. You need to maintain contact with your attorney, Ms. Rowe, there, so you have an idea in place as to how this case is going to be handled. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor,
You're free to go.
if we could
Thank you.
real quick before he leaves, there was also, I got a copy of a motion to rescind the no contact order.
The court
If
just
we could have
turned off
that set
Miss
for the
Knight's
same
camera.
date to be addressed on that date, October 16th.
I think it needs to be filed because there was some issue with filing, but yes, that can be set for October 16th as well.
Thank you.
All right, you're free to go there, Mr. Burson.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Miss Knight was
You too.
finding a suitable top to wear on camera, and then
Any others that are ready there?
I
Your
guess
Honor,
stubbed a toe or
once
something.
again, I have to inquire who is my client that is in the courtroom.
Well, if you're going to have to give me a name before
Okay, I'm not sure, so I'm sorry. Is Mr. Nyshik present on Zoom?
No, are there any clients? Is anybody here for a court case of their own? No, there's no one in the, there's no defendants in the courtroom.
Okay, then I will pass.
At least in this court.
I will pass until Mr. Nyshik logs on about 11 o'clock.
You have case already?
Yeah, Your Honor, if we could call Mr. Fisher's matter, he's number 6 at the 10 a.m. appearing via Zoom.
Mr. Fisher's been waiting patiently. Also has perfectly captured.
That's on for pre-FTC.
An apparition on his phone, proving the ghost.
Mr. Fisher, can you come on the Zoom call?
Yeah, I'm here.
I've been here the whole time, Judge.
Where are we at, Ms. Capone?
Your Honor, Mr. Fisher's SOC is coming to an end. I believe conditions of that SOC were to get a mental health evaluation. He asked for, it looks like, an extension on the SOC last time we were before the court, and that was not granted. He has since gotten a mental health assessment done, and there's correspondence in Laserfish indicating that. However, my office will likely have to follow up to get them the collateral information to complete that assessment. At this time, I think the court will likely want to either set this over or reset for a sanctions hearing.
Is this a 1-year SOC?
It is, Your Honor. It was entered in July 2023.
So we're already past the 1 year.
Mr. Fisher indicates he had difficulties getting a provider that would work with the court. He tried to get a hold of Mr. Sweeney, but as Your Honor knows, an attorney withdraws after a disposition has been entered. So Mr. Fisher had difficulties being on his own to find that evaluation.
Mr. Lindgren, what's the state's position?
State would ask that the defendant be found in violation and schedule a sanctioned hearing.
All right. So, Mr. Fisher, you have a number of things working in your favor. First of all, you don't have any other criminal history of any sort. Looks like you have a pending case in, is that Ayden County District Court?
I believe so.
Yeah, and so, but that was from December of 2022. And there's been no other violations. So I'll give you an opportunity to continue this and, get through this successfully and get it dismissed, which is what I assume what you want. I'll find that there's a violation. We'll reset the sanction hearing. And
gets a second chance because he's a first-time offender.
We'll go out about, why don't we go out about 2 months? We'll just see where you're at. Beginning of November.
Hello? 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 Can't hear it.
Your attorney is there, or do you have an attorney?
Yeah, I have Russell and Hill for that.
I would contact
that
them.
December incident. Okay.
Do you know how to get a hold of them?
Yes.
All right, I'd get a hold of that person, find out when your next court date is. Your next court date here will be November 6th at 10:30. And you still living on Camino Island up there?
Yep.
How's the view?
So that's it for today. You follow up on this evaluation, depending on, yeah, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
Yes.
All right. You may go. That's it for today.
The judge is a big fan of the text reminders.
You're welcome.
Pickles and Zoe, welcome. Thanks for your support. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing
Ms.
great.
Capone.
Your Honor, those are all the matters I'm prepared to call. I believe Ms. Moore is on and might have time.
Ms. Moore, do you have cases that are ready?
Your Honor, if I could call, Your Honor, if I could call Ms. Knight on the 10:30, I'm standing in for counsel of record, Ms. Lesh.
Oh, Ms. Knight. We know all about Ms. Knight.
Ms. Knight, can you come on the Zoom call?
She's present on Zoom.
Ms.
Hello?
Knight, can you activate your camera, please?
Yep, trying. It's not starting. It says the host has disabled it.
Oh, that means you were naughty.
Okay.
Try now.
Hello.
Hi. So Ms. Moore, what's happening with Ms. Knight today? It looks like they're on for confirmation.
Your Honor, my understanding is, as with several other cases, there's a motion for continuance from the state due to Mr. Robbins leaving.
Mr. Robbins has thrown this whole court.
My notes from Ms. Lesh say there would be no
to a
objection to striking dates and resetting.
So we'll cancel your court dates for next week there, Ms. Knight. We'll set, I'm going to do confirmation on October 23rd, trial on November 4th and 5th. Have you been getting text reminders of court dates?
No.
Could you provide a cell phone? We'll start sending you text reminders.
Yes. Sorry, I can't hear you, so I have to keep putting the phone close to my ear. 360.
867-5309.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
And then let's get my cell phone. Or not my.
And well, all we're doing, it sounds like, is administrative.
Hey, I can hear you, so I know it doesn't seem like you're in court, but you are. So just wait a minute there, ma'am.
Okay.
Your mailing address still on 78th Avenue Southeast in Olympia?
Yes, it is.
I feel bad for whoever actually has that number. Although they could probably sell it for a lot.
So that's it for today, ma'am. We'll see you back here on, what day did I say? 10/23. On October 23rd. And you'll get a text reminder at the number. And then it'll get sent to that address on 78th.
Okay.
You may go.
All right, Your Honor, it sounds like I heard from Ms. Cervantes that there's someone in the courtroom in support of Ms. Knight. I don't know that.
Is anybody here on this involved in this case? Okay. I think she's gone. Did she need to be heard for any reason? Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And that case is concluded.
All right, in that case, thank you, Your Honor. That's the only matter I've had, so I will defer to other counsel at this point.
Thank you, Catherine.
So on the case, and the woman on the phone, 727, ending in 727, you told me what your name is. Could you repeat that, please?
My name is Jennifer Haggard. I'm here on behalf of Eric Burson's case. I put in the order to rescind the no contact.
Okay. So we've already, that case has come and gone, and I didn't see the order. And his next court date is October 16th, and then that motion will be heard on that date.
Okay.
You're free to leave the Zoom call, ma'am.
Pickles and Zoe, thank you for 7 months of support. You're amazing.
And then there's
Wouldn't be the same without you here.
Brendan. Could you come on? What time are you scheduled to be here?
Looks like 10:30.
Is that Brendan Lopez?
Mr. Robbins is not getting a good review.
And then there's Eric Rockstead.
If he
Looks
puts
like
down
Mr. Kessler
his
might have
previous
gone to a
employer.
breakout room with him. I don't see Mr. Rockstead on either of the calendars.
So, Mr. Rockstead, could you come on the Zoom call?
Josh, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you.
He's here. He's just really sick. He's like violently throwing up right now.
Okay.
He's got the flu, so he
hang on.
had me call for him.
Okay. Give me just a minute.
Okay.
Do you know what time he's supposed to be here? You don't need to bother him.
It says 10:30 on the thing.
What
I
courtroom?
signed in at 10:38, I think.
What courtroom?
Courtroom 3.
Okay, you're in courtroom number 2 right now, so you're in the wrong courtroom, but you need to go into courtroom number 3.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
I don't see him on that calendar either.
See, the paper here says.
Okay, hang on just a minute, ma'am. Don't leave yet, 'cause
Okay.
I don't see you on that calendar either.
Okay, huh.
What does the paper say?
It says, hold on, September 4th, at 10:30 in courtroom 3.
Okay, do you have a number? Do you have a cause number?
Cause number is the case number. It says 21-M00042. TCP-CT.
Okay, slow down, ma'am. You're going way too fast for me.
Sorry, hun.
21M00.
Thank you, boy mama, as well.
42.
Okay,
Thank you.
stand by a minute.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed this earlier. I apologize. Looks like there's more motions from her lawyer and Sarah Boone's. I was just looking at the docket. I didn't see. Let me go back and take a peek. We've got.
Okay, we have his next court date as a warrant quash on September 17th at 2:30. So what I'll bet happened was, I bet he went out on warrant status. This case was canceled. And then, so he missed a court date. A warrant was issued and they canceled this date. But he needs to be back in court on September 17th.
Okay.
Which is, I guess, 2 weeks from yesterday at 2:30 in the afternoon. And he has a warrant out.
Okay.
And I hope he's feeling better by the time he comes back on the.
Yeah. He woke up. He was just violently thrown up, so he had me going here for him. At 2:30, you said?
Yes.
Okay. 2:30. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
Yes, Carly Gregg starts in the middle of this month.
So.
There are some psychologists, motion for additional discovery, motion for crime scene reconstructionist, and death investigator, all filed on behalf of Sarah Boone. I'm looking at the motion for additional discovery right now, and it looks like that is for...
one matter on the 10:30 calendar, Brendan Lopez. I just was in a breakout room with him, but he should be coming back shortly.
Let me mute them for a second. Motion for additional discovery. This is a short one. Let me switch... Sorry, let me put this on screen so you guys can see this one. This is an interesting discovery, because especially if her lawyer is pursuing this line of questioning here. Says here, comes now defendant by and through the undersigned attorney under Rule 3220F. Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, requests the court to enter an order requiring the state of Florida to furnish additional discovery, and as grounds alleges that under the law of additional discovery on a showing of materiality, meaning it's important to this case, it matters. The court may require such other discovery to the parties as justice may require, and specifically the defense is requesting the Office of the State Attorney to provide the written policy on the Orange County Sheriff's Office relating to in-house interrogation procedures. In particular, the policy in place at the time of the interrogation of the defendant at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. They are looking for anything the sheriff might have done wrong in that, so they can throw that interrogation out and all the statements that she gave in there. So that's the spicy one that came in. Other than that, they're looking for a crime scene reconstructionist, a death investigator, and a forensic psychologist. All of these, cost money, and they want the state to pay this forensic psychologist just $200 per hour with a cap of $7,500 for that one. If we go over to the crime scene reconstructionist and the death investigator, that looks like the rate is $200 per hour with a cap of $6,000 initially, exclusive of necessary costs allowed by statute. Also, they've got work, travel time, all that. So just a couple more taxpayer funded expenses for Sarah Boone. And the next motion hearing that happens in this one looks like we are at, Oh, we had the record from jail that shows she was in a fight with her lawyer, so loud that it was disturbing the jail. I mean, you've got to be loud to disturb the jail, honestly. That's pretty loud. All right.
Have you been getting notice? Have you been getting text reminders there, Mr. Lopez?
No, but I've been getting things in the mail.
Well, you have a cell phone number. We can send you text reminders.
I do not have a cell phone number.
Okay, that's fine.
No text
Just
reminders
maintain
for you.
contact. That makes it more important for you to maintain contact with Mr. Pazurka there.
Right. Was there a time for the 25th?
10:30.
10:30. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. All right.
It's crazy.
So
We're going
you
to have
can leave
another
the Zoom call there, Mr. Lopez.
another court case with the school shooting. Another.
Let's go through some no-shows
Student
there.
shooter.
Going back to 8:30, Ralph Barrett. You know who's
Your Honor, I have no representations with regard to Mr. Barrett. I'm assigned to those matters.
So it looks like he has, one of them's on for a backup, confirmation on September 24th with jury trial on October 7th and 8th. So that's the case it's on at 8:30. He's not, then he's here for a protection order violation, arraignment at 9.
And I have no representations at this time, Your Honor.
Probable cause has not been established. Or no, or has it?
That's an important thing to figure out, Judge. Let's check those paperworks.
Yeah. He's on 2 separate times.
It sounds like there's a story there. Bringing 20 goldfish.
I know that, but usually they're set at the same time.
Two Dogs Mom, welcome. Welcome.
See, he was released, so this should have been his arraignment. But it somehow was labeled as a pretrial. Oh, that was, okay. So it was arraignment. Okay. So what's going to happen is we're just going to move this arraignment to September. He has confirmation set on September 24th on the assault. We're going to leave that court date set. We're going to move this arraignment 3 weeks to that date. And then if he doesn't appear then, he'll get warrants on both of these.
Understood, Your Honor.
And then we have, oh, she just left.
So the
And
crime
then
scene.
Jose Marino, that's a Ms. Capone case. Oh, Paul Conroy. Does anybody know? He's at it. Anybody, it says public defense. You know anything about that case?
I believe that's been assigned to Ms. Capone as well, and it looks like he's in custody at the county.
Wow.
And it's been set over. I see it's on the 1:30 calendar. Wonder if Marino.
When does Donna Adelson start as far as actual trial? I haven't looked at the
And then
date.
there's so Paul Conroy's been set over to 1:30. Then there's Colleen McCombs.
I think the dinosaur park was
There's also
last
confirmation for failure to transfer title. What's that doing on this case, on this calendar?
It looks like there's also a protection order violation. 2 cases for her.
Was she here? Was that at a different time?
She
was here earlier.
They're all set at 9 a.m.
But then she also has one at 10 on a failure to transfer title. What happened to that? Why is it?
I do see that, Your Honor. It's on this.
Did it happen the same? No. Well, we're going to just find out when those McCombs cases were moved to and put this one with it.
Okay, while they're trying to figure out what's happening there,
put this one with it.
Let me jump back to Sarah Boone really quickly. Dr. Michael Birkland is who they've requested as a crime scene reconstruction specialist. This article going back to, I believe, 2012, September of 2012. Police arrested former medical examiner Michael Birkland on Friday for allegedly keeping crudely preserved human remains in a rented storage unit in Florida last month. He was charged with improper storage of hazardous waste, keeping a public nuisance, and driving with a suspended license, released on bail, $10,000. More charges may be filed. Apparently, he's resolved that issue, and I don't know how that happened. Authorities said the organs were stored in a liquid solution containing formaldehyde and methyl alcohol. The remains included tissue samples of dissected organs. Investigators also advised there were numerous whole organs, including hearts, brains, liver, and a lung, according to the affidavit. What sort of crime scene is he reconstructing with those? He worked at the medical examiner's office in Pensacola from 1997. He was fired for not completing autopsy reports in 2003. His license to serve as a medical examiner in Florida was also withdrawn. Before he got to Florida, he was fired as a contract medical examiner in 1996 in Jackson County, Missouri, in a dispute over caseload and autopsy reports. Once again, paperwork got him. His doctor's license was ultimately revoked there. The Pensacola Medical Examiner's Office said organs found in the storage unit appear to have come from private autopsies Birkland performed between 1997 and 2007 at funeral homes in the Florida Panhandle and in Tallahassee. He's just keeping mementos from autopsies? And now he's an expert witness in Sarah Boone's case. Great. He's a crime scene reconstructionist and death investigator for the defendant. And he's using the title doctor, so maybe he's got a doctor's license in Florida. So yeah, that sounds par for the course for what we have going on with Sarah Boone. So I think that was good. Someone won a storage unit in an auction. Oh my goodness. One man's trash, another man's treasure. You guys are just on a roll today. That's creepy. The prosecution will tear him apart on the stand. Yes, and then take home his liver as a memento. I bet his fees have reduced. I bet he's one of the few people that will take the case. That is absolutely wild. Wait, I need clarification. Is this guy a witness in the Sarah Boone trial? Let me read you the actual document. Let's bring this over. I'll show you the paperwork that was filed just yesterday in Sarah Boone's trial, asking the court to grant them permission to pay him a few $1,000s, only $6,000 initially. 1 second. Here we go. All right, can you guys read this? Now, this is Sarah Boone, it's filed 2 days ago now. Motion to appoint crime scene reconstructionist and death investigator comes down to the defendant by and through the undersigned attorney and moves this honorable court for the appointment of due process provider to aid in the preparation of the defense of the above-styled cause as grounds would show. So we want this guy hired on to aid in our defense, and this is why. Defendant's charged with second-degree murder was found indigent. That means the state gets to pay those bills. Hang on, update on this school shooter. 14-year-old male. Killed 4, injured multiples others. We've heard 9 injuries. We're not sure if he attended the school, so we'll see on that one. Okay, back to Sarah Boone. The undersigned attorney is privately retained and requests the assistance of crime scene reconstructionist or death investigator to assist in the defense. The defendant is financially unable to hire a due process provider, crime scene reconstructionist or death investigator to aid in the preparation of a defense, and therefore requires the assistance of the court to ensure the protection of her right to due process and effective assistance of counsel. The defense requests the court appoint Dr. Michael Birkland, a crime scene reconstructionist, death investigator for the defendant. Dr. Michael Birkland is requesting and has been paid in other court-appointed cases a rate of $200 per hour to perform his duties. And what if that was prior to his previous law issues, including time spent traveling? The undersigned requests Dr. Michael Birkland be appointed at a rate of $200 per hour for work and travel time. Ooh, work and travel is the same rate. I would drive around all day. not do any work, and you get paid the same, with an initial cap of $6,000, exclusive of necessary costs allowed by statute. Wherefore, the defense respectfully requests this court to appoint Dr. Michael Birkland to assist the defense as a crime scene reconstructionist and death investigator. Signed by Mr. James Owens, who is the attorney of Sarah Boone. Ooh, let's check this out. We've got a close-up for Tyler Nishik. Tyler is here. He's large and in charge. Are you distracted now, Judge?
So you're Tyler Nishek? If you're speaking, I cannot hear you. I need you to back away a little bit. Back away from your camera a little bit.
Step back. Step back.
And we're not getting a real good connection there. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you say something? I cannot hear you.
Judge, maybe wave your arms on the screen. Try to get his attention.
Looks like he's connecting to audio.
Attorney Rao. It's like, yeah, he's
so we're
one
going
of
to leave
mine.
that case for a second. We're going to come back. There's someone listed as an observer. Are you here for a case?
No, I'm an observer. How long?
Again, that someone listed as an observer.
How long
what case
before
are
you
you
can
here
have
for?
AI appear for you in court?
And then there's also someone named Michael Owen on the Zoom call. Mr. What case? Are you here for a case?
Your Honor, he's
Yes.
anticipating the appearance of Mr. Pilon.
What's that?
He's anticipating the appearance of Mr. Pilon.
What time is he scheduled to be here?
Mr. Peon?
Okay, I see you there, Mr. Owen. Mr. Pilon was here earlier. You said a chat to that observer and find out what case you're here for.
I think that observer might be a family member of mine, Your Honor.
Okay. I just want to know, what they're here. I just want to know who they're here to see. And if it's you, then that's fine. But sometimes people come on as observer.
Judge,
case was called a while ago.
we're just here to
I don't want to
see
waste
you.
anyone's time. That's
We're
all.
here to see you.
Yeah, I had a family member that asked about my court date. I sent them the Zoom link, so I assume that's them.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and mute up. And then I'm going to try and reconnect with Mr. Nishek here. Mr. Nishek, can you hear me? No, it still says connecting to audio.
Paging Mr. Nishek's forehead.
Okay, so unmute Mr. Nishek and then see if you can talk to me.
He's still trying to connect to the audio, which means he cannot hear the judge. Let's all log in as observers. Tell the judge we're here because Mr. Robbins told us we had a court date.
I'm not sure this is going to work today, Ms. Rowe.
Mr. Nishek, when you unmute, you actually have to say something so we can hear you. Can you try that?
Oh my goodness.
What's that?
I don't see you saying anything.
I've seen his mouth move and he's not muted. I think he has I was told by the clerk and I agree with her. I think he has a very bad connection. Did I mention I prefer in court? In court.
We had great connection this morning. I'm not sure what's going on now.
It's getting better. We're up to about
Maybe turn off your camera and try
10
that.
frames per
Sometimes that
second.
helps.
That way you reserve all the bandwidth for audio, which takes much less bandwidth than camera.
Mr. Nishek, turn off your camera to see if we can then hear you, please.
Yeah, the audio keeps coming in and out. So Ms. Rowe, we're going to continue these 2 weeks and you can do your resolution then. He needs to be in a place where we get a better connection.
Yep. Understood, Your
So
Honor.
if you can hear me there, Mr. Nish, and don't leave, Ms. Rowe, because you do have some others I want to address. What's that? So we're going to reset this for 2 weeks for a disposition. 2 weeks from today, which is the 18th. September 18th. We can do it at 11. So, Mr. Nishak, I'm sorry, but the connection just isn't working.
How to get a continuance?
And has he been getting text reminders of court dates, Ms. Rowe?
He's here.
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
Can you give me a thumbs up if you've been getting text reminders, Mr. Nishak? Okay.
Oh, he can
so we'll
hear
see you
us.
in 2 weeks, all right?
He's faking the whole thing.
May get a place where there's a better connection. You're free to go there, Mr. Nishak.
Was faking the whole thing.
Yeah.
Wrap your phone in aluminum foil. Just expose the camera, and you can
So, Ms. Rowe.
Get yourself a continuance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Somebody
so
screenshot that thumbs up.
We have Mr. Owen, and that's it. So, first of all, actually, Ms. Capone, do you know anything about Jose Marino Ortiz? It's on for a pretrial at 9:30.
No information to provide the court.
Mr. Lindgren?
Mr. Lindgren's got to
I
pick
guess
up
we
all
can
the
just wait
pieces.
till confirmation, see if he shows then. Doesn't look like he has any FTA history on this case.
No prior failure to appear.
We can do that. We'll just leave the confirmation date set. You could try and track him down. That's Marino Ortiz, number 4 at 9:30. Aaron Perez Diaz.
That's a crazy case. New rulings.
Looks like he on confirmation.
Just came out the other day.
But then he has.
Will not be on camera though, so we won't be able to follow that one.
Your Honor, the state filed a motion on these cases, or at least on one.
I filed motions to continue on all of my cases that were up for confirmation today.
Hang on just a minute.
He filed motions to continue on everything. Why? Because he doesn't even know where he's at. He just got dumped Mr. Robbins' caseload on his desk. And now he doesn't know what to do. That fentanyl case out of Florida, Josh gives us an update.
They leave the warrant on when it's
He was found
pretrial
guilty,
services.
got
Or no?
30 years, 30 years for 28.55 grams of fentanyl possession. Tried to go pro se, that did not work for him.
No warrant. Well, there was a warrant. So a warrant was issued for a pretrial services violation. And so that warrant's going to remain out. We'll strike future dates, but that warrant will remain out. He's also, he's got warrants on the other case also that's not on the calendar. So that's going to be that is a $5,000 warrant that's already been issued. That's going to stay out there, Ms. Zero.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Mullins filed a notice that Mr. Perez Diaz is in compliance. I tried to dig it up yesterday and I couldn't find it, but I know he filed that because I got a response. He is in compliance with pretrial services. I believed he had another future court date set, and if that was so, I was going to just simply ask the court to proceed to those dates. Additionally, like I said, Your Honor, the state did file a motion to continue, which we wouldn't object to, but I would request that the warrants be quashed and us to proceed to that next court date and allow me. Mr. Diaz is usually very good at contacting me. At least we were in very good contact with the pretrial services issue, and I spoke to Mr. Mullins myself. Does the court see that he filed a compliance report?
I see that they filed a report that he had some negatives and some missed UAs.
What date was that, Your Honor? Just so I could retrieve.
Hang on just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
He also, on August 16th, a warrant was issued because he didn't appear.
That's correct.
On a different case. So he's got a malicious mischief case, which is 3A0682723.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't appear on August 16th and a warrant was issued. In that case, is that case on the calendar? That case isn't on the calendar.
I see
so
that.
That warrant was issued for non-appearance. So I'm not going to quash that warrant. And he's not here now. And so
I understand.
I'm going to let the warrant stand.
I will notify him when he does contact me. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And then I have one last case, Your Honor.
He wasn't here on this case either, by the way, on August 16th.
That's correct, Your Honor. At that time,
and warrant was issued then too. So these weren't even non-compliance warrants. These were non-appearance warrants.
I will notify him that the warrants remain in place.
Thank you. And there's one other. Then there's Ariana Davis. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Davis is in custody in Nisqually for a DOC violation. At the same time, Miss Davis's cases, we were going to request be set out to early October. There's a resolution that's negotiations that are happening wherein we expect that Miss Davis will be entering into mental health court. And once that happens, the state, Mr. Robbins, had agreed to dismiss this case. So I'm asking the court to keep this in an excluded period and to simply reset this to an October date, if possible.
Is October 9th all right?
Sounds good to me at this point, Your Honor.
So we'll reset it. This will be excluded from speedy trial calculation. It's your request. We'll set it for October 9th at 10.
All right. Well,
at 10, and if it's still in custody, that'll need to be set over.
Well, Judge Meyer continues to sort out the mess that Mr. Robbins left as he bailed from the prosecutor's office unceremoniously and without warning. I will tell you that the bail jumper, or the judge bench jumper trial starts in about an hour and a half. So we're going to take a lunch break, come back and pick up with that trial. Treehouse trial is not started yet. Thank you. I got on the burner, I got multiple pictures of the guy doing the thumbs up. Thank you for all those who sent those. I think Mod Chat gave that to me as well. Sent you the picture. Yes, I just got it. You got a great shot, Evangeline Light. Thank you for the text. I think that's the one that I'm talking about. Let's see. Yes, the last number ends in 5, right? I think that's it. So we're gonna go to a quick lunch. We're gonna come back with the court case out of Las Vegas. This one probably won't be too long because basically everything that is alleged to have happened in this trial, happened literally in court last time he was there, or not last time, but the time before. So yeah, this is plenty of evidence, plenty of witnesses, plenty of reputable witnesses, including bailiffs and the judge herself. Maybe she'll take the stand. A different judge, I believe, is going to be hearing the case. I think the thumbs up guy is a distant cousin of Weather Watch. You see the relation? You see? Yeah, but Weather Watch does better on Zoom than that guy. But we're going to come back after lunch and we'll have a little court case for you there. It's been a crazy morning in court. It's been absolutely nuts, everything that we've followed. But bench jumper coming soon to a courtroom near you. Maybe in a spit mask. He's pleading insanity, so I think he's going to have a spit mask on, probably be shackled. Probably a very strong police or bailiff presence in the courtroom as well. But I accidentally sent the wrong photo of a digit to RA. It was you. Was it great? Thank you. And the mods are fighting. No, just kidding. We could portal, but we'll just be back after lunch. Let's see. Let me get ready for this. Schedule live stream. You reuse the settings. It's going to be bench jumper trial. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. It will be in about 1 hour, which is 2 o'clock Mountain, 4 o'clock Eastern. And give me a second, I'll have the thumbnail. I think, well, I've got a generic thumbnail up, and I'll make the portal over so you guys can continue talking in chat before we arrive. Redirect, add, save. There we go. All right, we're all good. We will see you. We'll see you later. I'll keep you updating you on what's happening at the school shooting. Apparently, 4 people dead, 9 people injured. The 14-year-old shooter, male in custody, and possibly a baby born on the football field. We'll have more to talk about when we come back. You guys have a good one. Have a good lunch. We'll see you right afterwards. Bye-bye. How'd I do that?